introduce you to one of our teachers that are here for some of the lectures, Brother Icky, who has done 2 lectures and a half, the half being the opening for Booker T. Right. Okay, well, brother, we're going to have to do you next time because these brothers here.
All right, well,
let me. So this is Brother Icky.
That's a lecture right there. I spoke to the people.
Give him about 10 minutes while I deal with what's going on out there. Okay, so this is Brother Icky, profound brother in physics. Give the brother a hand.
Last week we touched on some, I was actually trying to do a lecture on my first book. I got a couple of books. I have a 9-book series called The Book of Evolution that goes into a lot of physics, but physics in a way that relates to how we live every day. Because that's the way white folks disassociate us from certain things that we need, that's crucial to our survival. That it make them seem like it's going to be long-headed, drawn out, boring. I have a few people that I know that tell me they don't read because it hurts. Physically hurts. They get headaches to read books like it's crazy. And so when I was in school, physics, you know, was lame for me just because it was just like, when am I going to really use it? So we see how it works in our everyday life, and we see the importance of it. You know, especially in the conscious community, we studying the science, everything. You know, we breaking this down, breaking that down. Oh, they got microscopes they can use to send signals in your brain off the water dripping in your faucet, and like we just going crazy. But at the same time, it's like, you know, trains are now 250. You know what I'm saying? So we don't want to go so far into outer space that we're not dealing with the issue that's every day. And there's no more of an everyday issue than how we relate to one another in the household. Our families, our relationships, you know what I'm saying? Because this is where everything is at. This is where the power's at. Okay, we need to be building our businesses out of our families. Our family should be our #1 business. Everything should come out of the family unit. But we don't really have a family unit, so we have really kind of lost that science altogether. And the way to get that science back is to you know, we just have to touch on some things and make things public and have group discussions like this about male-female relations. You know, this is one of the most taboo subjects, male-female relations. You know, I was at Monday night over here at the National Black, I was doing a lecture, and same subject, you know. And it was interesting because the first 20 or 30 minutes, it was just like you could have heard a pin drop in there. Everybody was looking at me like, is this thing talking about sex? I'm looking back at them like, yeah, because this is the most natural thing we do outside of breathing that nobody discusses. And it's killing us. This is the reason why we have the single homes. The single homes is why girls are sliding down poles and why cats is in jail every 5 minutes. You know what I'm saying? It starts with the man and the female. And you look at a lot of the situations, you figure people's mind is what throws them off because, like for instance, somebody would be in a relationship 5-6 years, man and female. The man is A, the woman is B. Or rather, let's make the woman A and the man B, right? So now she may find a number in his pocket, and I'm out of your way. Like 30 seconds, brother. And they may break up over this number in his pocket and throw away a 5-year relationship. Maybe they got 2 kids, yada, 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 because he went to the club one night and got a number. And of course he intended on doing something wrong with that number, but we're looking at throwing away 5 years now for this one night and the future of the children and the family for this one night. And the reason being is because we have this white programming that precludes a lot of our sexual nature from our everyday reality. Meaning certain things that we want to do deep, deep, deep down on the inside, we don't feel comfortable bringing it to our partner, so we might slip out. When really that's not real love, that's not real trust. You know what I'm saying? If I'm with you, I want to spend my life with you, I should be able to do everything with you. You know, we should be able to talk about everything. So these are some of the subjects that we tackle and want to, when children are not in the room, you know.
Brother has some heavy DVDs out that you might get. Brother Icky with Booker T. Coleman in the back.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I have that outside right now. So the brother did some excellent work. But give him a hand for
go ahead and let him talk.
So
I just wanted to ask, what were they, when earlier you was asking me about like the moonlight and the rituals? I wanted to kind of open up y'all conversation to everybody, because we were all kind of like ear hustling to see what you guys was.
She was asking why is it that we worship the moon? And she knows that the moon is representative of the woman, so what's the purpose of us giving homage to the moon? Like the full moon, the eclipse.
Ain't no worship with science. Ain't no worship. That's a later day concept of people looking back to ancient people and automatically thinking, oh, they worship the moon. See, that's a Christian mindset.
That's right, that's right.
You see, they didn't know these people had advanced science, but see, in the modern world always teach you that the people back then were stupid. And that's a concept of mind control. They didn't worship no moon. You know what I'm saying? They was dealing with the scientific aspect of the phases of the moon with the menstrual cycle and all of that. And they used different deities. You see, they used different deities to explain that because those was formulas. And that's the problem with the modern person always looking back.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Trying to probe and thinking, you know, trying to give a diagnosis on ancient thought, and they don't know what they're talking about. But it all starts from the messed up aspect of Christianity.
Yes.
Okay.
Islam and Judaism, those later day religions,
Right.
you see what I'm saying, that were actually created out of ignorance.
Yes.
You see,
Lord.
you see,
Right.
you know, so it's no different than the Egyptians being evil
All right.
to the Christians. You see, so that's what those concepts. So they never worship no moon. They never worship the sun. You see what I'm saying? They just understood the importance of it, and we're looking back now because they venerated the importance of certain things. We're looking at it now like these people are stupid. They just worship the sun and worship, and that's how
Right.
and that's the way they're able to predicate these modern religions. You see what I'm saying? By leveling the ancient stuff, ancient stuff. So there's never no worship. When we say these things, we're speaking from the same Christian model that we've been taught all our lives. And now we got on all the African stuff and the aunts and stuff, but we still got the same Christian blueprint in us.
Right. There you go.
And that might take a lifetime to work out. You see, it might take a lifetime to work out.
That's right.
You see what I'm saying and all? Because it's a form of mind control. Especially at a young age, you're given this stuff. You're given this false information. And all, you know, so that's what that is about. So you come back up, brother. I gotta go.
Please follow me just a little while. Yes, come on up here, brother.
Yeah.
We just like to refer.
And I'll be right back.
Yes, brother.
It's the backdrop of the
Okay, well,
sunlight.
to pick up
It's
where
a
you
little
left
bit.
off,
I mean,
That wasn't my question.
yeah, some of the
Oh, I'll help answer them that one
But-
question about the full moon also.
Can you let her ask her question? Because I don't think I
Okay.
posed it in the proper manner. So it was really her question. I
Go
think
ahead,
we should
brother.
ask.
Okay, what I was saying was, as far as Whitaker, right? Wicca, excuse me, Wicca. And, I was saying with Egypt, you give homage to the sun. So Wicca seems like they're the opposite of that. So they're giving homage to the moon. And that's when you stated it's just a reflection of the sun. So
Yeah.
both goes hand in hand. And I wasn't looking at it like that. That was sort of my
Well,
question.
yeah, and then also in that aspect too, you gotta remember Wicca is more like a European thing, and a lot of rituals, like the brother was touching on, a lot of what looks like from our vantage point now as worship back then was actually science, was technology, like sun gazing and sunbathing, things that we should be doing now that a lot of us are getting back into. When you take the spirituality aspect out of it, it just looks like niggas staring at the sun. You know what I mean? And if you don't have the physical technology, you don't have the deep carbon, you don't have the deep melanin, you don't have the deep hue, you can't get any spirituality out of staring in the sun anyway. You're about to get cancer if you don't put on some glasses or blink, you know what I'm saying? So for them, it's a lot easier to practice some of the sciences and rituals and our technologies, because that's all they're doing is practicing our stuff. It's easier for them to practice it in the moonlight, which is in the lesser light than the sunlight, because then they have better chances of coming out of there without getting sick. But yeah, so a lot of our stuff was, a lot of the stuff that they're doing now is old technology. And that's what I teach, the geometry and the physics of things, because if you look at feng shui is sacred geometry. Feng shui is understanding how the magnetic fields move in a given space, how the electricity moves in a given space, and being able to capitalize off that. A lot of people right now are going, they're having sleep trouble. And that's because the magnetic fields are shifting around the planet. You know what I'm saying? My son is going crazy. He's up all night now.
Me too.
Yeah.
So what are you doing?
Well, what I did was I just, because my daughter was going crazy too. Well, what I did with them is I moved their bed and have them sleep in a different position, so their head is facing north now, as opposed to like they were just crazy. So now I got them lined up north south, north south, north south, and they seem to sleep better that way. You know what I'm saying? But these are a lot of things that we got to get back into, because again, like I said, we've been disassociated from these things. Science has become, the first thing they did was take the fun out of science, which is taking the reality out of science. So that's why a lot of these subjects are long-haired books, and if we don't get our 12-year-olds, 15-year-olds, and 17-year-olds interested, if we're not able to change the trends, all that we're doing is a waste anyway. 30, 40 years, we dead. Then what? These young niggas with their pants on their kneecaps, because it's no longer on the butt no more. It's down here now. It's on the kneecaps. That's what we're going to leave our movement to. And they're going to do what they could do best, which is teach the babies what they know. And we know what they know. So we got to figure out a way to change the trend. We got to make it cool to be intelligent, cool to be articulate, cool to be clean. You know what I mean? Just hygiene, nails cut, like, you know what I mean? Hygiene, we got to put those things back into the forefront, and then once we get that right, the mind will be clear. Things line up when your mind is clear. That's the purpose of the food and the bad diet.
Yeah, but no, my sleeping problem just started since you changed the time. That's when it started.
Yeah, there's two. They started, like maybe October, November they started.
Yes, it's when mine started.
Yeah, and it's gonna pick up as we move through this, through the 2012 event. But the 2012 event is not like everybody's speaking like it's gonna be December 22nd, 2012. Boom, 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 boom. It's an event it's a progressive event. It's a sequence of events that have already initiated.
That's right.
We're already in the middle of it. That's what these snows and the, like there's a state, like right now we good. In New York, we're so used to snow, it's like second nature for us. Georgia, where I just left, they have a state of emergency. City shut down, like they don't even know what to do when snow hit the ground. South Carolina, North Carolina, these places is asking for government grants. Like they need all the soldiers to come in, like it's crazy down there for them. There's places in Europe where they never had snow and all that kind of stuff. And, well, not never had snow, but the amount, So they happen to get used to a lot of things. The birds falling out of the sky, like, if we look around, the signs are there. And there are a lot more signs that are there than even we can acknowledge because of the fact that we don't have a stronghold on the media. We gotta wait till Tuesday night or Friday night and get it from Red Pill and Blue Pill, or Abundance on Thursday night, whatever the case may be. But this is the situation we in. So now the challenge is to make, we had our forerunners, that are still out doing the work. Bobby Hemmitt, Phil.
I'm not a forerunner. Well, I know you're talking about.
Icon. We look up to you, brother. That's what I do. I got all your stuff in the house. But we got to make it applicable what we do now. We got to do a lot more walking. They taught us. So we got to walk this stuff out now. We got to stop taking the DVD home, watching the DVD, and going to sleep after. Being satisfied and complacent with sounding smarter than the guy next to us. We got to actually make this stuff. We got to show it. We got to make it. People ask us about our diet because our skin looks so good, not because we're talking so much. Damn, your skin look good. You vegetarian? You don't meat? Oh, okay. Let me try that out.
No, we military.
Right.
Brother. Give it up for the brother. Brother Inky. Give it up for the brother. Alright. I gotta give a lot of shout outs today before I even get Bobby up here. Well, first of all, I want to give a shout out to my queen, but Jade out there. Let's do it. Alright. Brother Inishi in the back, facilitator. Panic is in the house. Raise your hand, brother. Alright. Let's not forget my brother over here. Put your hand up, brother. Brother, no, there it is right there. That's it right there. Okay, we just gonna get it right to it, okay? So Bobby told me to make sure y'all got your questions. Whoever got the email, I told y'all to get them questions ready. Close and intimate. Y'all know how these classes go. For those of you who've been coming, you know, you never really get through a whole lecture without getting back, you know, back and forth interaction. Bobby, I'm going to put this. I know you already got one.
Yeah,
But here's another one. You can
yeah.
the thing with the Ogun
Yeah.
liquor. We actually gonna be carrying that here.
Well,
So, but it's not.
I need to-
I don't have an alcohol license, so it's not for drinking. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, it's for collecting or novelty. Just want to get that on tape there, you know.
Yeah.
Bobby Hemmitt, y'all. Give it up.
Right. Well, good thing about it, because we don't have it down there, I got two, so that's better. That's better. And my mama always said, you know, you don't read shit, you just, you know, I grabbed some diet. I just saw the cherries. Anything with cherry on it, I go crazy. So this is some black cherry, and I grabbed it, and when I got out the store, and I tasted it, I'm like, wait a minute, hold on.
Right.
That's that diet stuff. And they talk about this stuff here's a killer.
Yes,
That aspartame, what they call that stuff?
Aspartame.
Aspartame or something like that? Yeah. Yeah, and all. So I was like, you know, but I'm famous for that. You know, just looking at the first thing, you know, so that's good. One thing about it, last night, the lecture was going to be about, what was the name of the lecture?
The ancient Orisha Olmec.
Olmec thing, and I didn't get you do the Olmec, you know. You know. So I said, you have to change that, because I don't know nobody to get the tape and take it home, and we wait for the Olmec stuff and it never show up. And stuff. So we're going to do the Olmec thing. It's a real short piece, that's why I left it at the end. We're going to do that right now.
Beautiful.
To try to understand, to explain what this thing is about, because it's breaking a major mystery of the Olmec. So we're going to do that. So, and I'm glad I got the water, because you got that aftertaste in your mouth with that stuff there. You know. But I don't know why it was, I think from the last 20-something years, anything with cherries. Whatever cherry, I buy it, I don't care what it is, you know. And then come to find out when they started actually making coming out with the sour cherry syrup, and they explained that the sour cherries was high in melatonin. You know, which is melanin. You know, the melatonin mysteries happened after the melanin conferences started in the late 80s. Then the Europeans started calling it melatonin. The pre-melanin conferences, the Europeans was calling it melanin. You see, Gabriel Cousins, one of the guys that does the tachyon energy, he had a book called A Rainbow Diet that came out like in the 80s. Spiritual Rainbow Diet and the Spiritual Nutrition, I think is the name of it. And he talks about the whole melanin thing, because he mentioned something, and it might still be online. There's a thing called the Mind-Brain Bulletin. The Mind-Brain Bulletin. And it was a group of white scientists that came together in the early 80s to start talking about melanin. And they mentioned in there, he who has melanin is God. These white scientists.
See that?
And it was all this melanin stuff up until like, when was the first melanin conference? Like 87 or something like that? And then after the melanin conference started, by 1990, they started coming with the whole melatonin thing. And it was interesting here because, like I even said on the blog talk, we know now that the precursors, in the precursor, I don't want to say precursor, what we would call the original launching of crack cocaine had melatonin in it. You see, that's why it devastated black people. And so so somebody that's cooking up their cocaine, they'll go, I don't know about no melanin and stuff like that. But what you don't realize is, by the time it got to the people, even with black people that was cooking cooking up the rocks and stuff, it was already prepackaged or what have you when the government brought it in. You see, you know, when the government brought it in, we talk about how McDonald's down in Atlanta, one down in 5 Points. 5 Points is If you ever want to see some black people behaving a certain way, you go down to 5 Points in Atlanta. Them niggas walk around with green weave and shit on and acting like a fool. But they got a McDonald's right behind it. And the brother helped me to it, and he said that, you know, that McDonald's, he said, I went down and got a fish sandwich at that McDonald's, and my lips got numb.
Oh, wow.
He said, now, anybody know anything about cocaine? It numbs your lips. And so, apparently they was putting it in all, even the burgers or whatever. But somehow the fish sandwich, because the burgers could mask it, but the fish sandwich and stuff, it couldn't mask it, so your lips would get numb. So it's ironic. He told me that in the late 90s. When Linda came, a queen, we went to a famous McDonald's, one of the first black-owned McDonald's on Cascade, and we got a fish sandwich. We sitting there eating it, and sure enough, I thought this was some stuff with the one behind 5 Points, and that's where all the black people congregate. Sure enough, our lips got numb. You see what I'm saying? So obviously we was already predisposed to certain aspects of cocaine addiction. You see what I'm saying? Cocaine addiction, and that was just with the McDonald's. We don't know what they put this stuff in, because they target everything, but we were predisposed with cocaine addiction. So the first time, because people was like, hey, this person took crack for the first time and was hooked. I've heard stories about that. One guy, he went off one Saturday, hit the rock, called his wife back, said, I'm on crack now, I won't be seeing you no more.
Oh, wow.
And next time she saw him 10 years later, he was dead. So the point I'm trying to make here is we know that some of this stuff is already, they already target the diet for this particular subject. I don't know why that came out and stuff, because I think this whole thing with this on the blog talk was talking about this whole melanin thing, and now we realize now why it was so devastating and why white people could get on it and get off it. Not
even get addicted.
Not even get addicted. You know, it was like the ecstasy thing. This is just an experience. You see, so it's just amazing on how that whole thing went down. So, but I want to go into this Olmec thing. It's going to be short, and then we can go into some question and answers. And I was telling the story about how somebody mailed me this mint coat in the mail with the tag on it, brand new. Brand new, back in 06. And it's ironically, when I was up in Baltimore, we met a brother that's a Native American, but what it is they had to fight to be recognized as Native Americans. Because they got something down in City Hall where they recognize all the Native Americans in the area. So this black group had to fight to be recognized as the Native Americans and stuff, but they won what they had to do, and they recognized. And so we was out of Botanica, and the guy was saying, look, he was like, that fur coat, man, that's the very spiritual thing. So the whole thing you remember when I think it started in the 80s with Bob Barker was protesting. It was in the Miss America or something pageant, or Miss Universe or one of those, and he started protesting furs. And then it snowballed. Now, this is a spiritual story, because they got to the point where as they beat white people down so bad too, you don't even see white people in furs. You go to the airport, you might see an older white woman, and the only people you see in furs is black people. And I think it's based on, I think it's a fear thing. They know they ain't gonna step to no sister and ask her about her fur coat. Might be a beat down. See what I'm saying? You see, or they might think, well, they don't know no better, or something. Whatever it is, you go to the airport, the only people you see in fur coats is black women. And rare, you might see a brother like this jacket here, but it's interesting here because you might see, every now and then you'll see a brother with one on, and you know they're not going to step to no brother. Then they start complimenting, oh, I like your coat. You see, like that. So, but what Native American was saying, all the shamans wore the furs. You see, They wore the furs, and that's being one with the animal. You see, and so that's what Mitchell Gibson is talking about. When you eat an animal, how does this thing go? It's like a Kabbalistic scale.
Right.
So if you eat an animal, then they say that animal spirit can incarnate as a human in the next cycle. If a bull, you see, eats the grass, then the grass can incarnate as a bull in the next cycle. Now that might seem hard to grasp, but if you understand concepts of all this is an illusion,
Yes.
and appearances, the apparent world, it's the world of appearances, but it's not necessarily the actual entity or energies that's actually permeating us, and that's what we're fighting against every day, is to find out that particular part of ourselves, you see, that we can't see. So in the what they call the magical universe, all these types of things can go on. Now take for instance, what they say here is that all we are is a bunch of planets and solar systems bumping around out here that on this plane appears to be a human. So your soul has its own solar system. The problem we have is we're so locked into our personality till we can't even get to the point where as we are a solar system or a planetary system and all this cosmic stuff in which we really are, because we are trapped in our personalities. You see what I'm saying? And so in order to rise up, you got to take off layers of these personalities. And until you get back to that cosmic substance that you really are. But too many times, too often by us in the human experience, we got locked and imprisoned into this particular personality. So now I look and I say, well, you know what? No person's behavior has anything to do with what that person really is and what spiritual path that person really is, because ultimately we're cosmic molecules.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You see, and we've been trapped in, and so the later day religions, unlike, which is piggybacking on what we were talking about before, unlike the ancient religions ultimately, the goal was to get back to that essence on what you were before you incarnated down here. The later day religions, to enslave people,
Yes.
they started focusing on the personality, moralism. Don't do this, don't do that. You see. Now, Charles Finch said something years ago, this was in the 80s. He said, the Egyptians didn't look at animals as being subordinate. They said that the animals were equal to them. And I had problems with that, because that's the ego. Until I got some cats.
Oh, yeah.
Now my cats live outside. I don't have the cats in the house. But I got some cats, and these cats went from a variation of different color cats until all black cats. So we got mostly all black cats. And then I thought about what he's saying by just looking at them, and I said, you know, these cats are the gods. These cats are the gods. I said, you know, you got the goddess Bass, Setmet, Pashet, and these particular, you know. And in Islam, they would call it the 99 attributes. You see what I'm saying? You know. And I'm looking at these cats, and it finally dawned on me after 4 years of feeding them, or 5 years of feeding them. I said, wait a minute. This cat gets 2 meals a day, And if you wanted 3, they'll be getting 3, but they, they're not like dogs now. Not like dogs. A dog's behavior is the same as a male's behavior. I'm not talking about men or dogs, that kind of thing. I'm not talking about that. But there's the cats, you think female. And dogs, you think male. Now the dogs, they will eat everything you put out there in one setting. And as long as you put it out there, them dogs will eat it. The cats, they'll eat, then they'll get full, and then they'll eat again. So they average about 2 meals a day. When we first got it, we was getting them, just feeding them all times of night and stuff like that. And the food, and the possums and all that was coming and eating the food. You see, so you tell I'm down south. I don't know if you all even see possums up here. Okay, so, and after about 4 years of eating, these cats eating, I said, you know what, these are the gods. I said, we feed them twice a day. Only for the sake of their cats. They don't do no work. We can't say they can train a CNI dog. They got dogs pulling carts. They got dogs pulling sleds. They got police dogs sniffing out dope. You see, but when it comes to a cat is like a black person said, when I feel like it.
Right.
Especially after we got out of slavery, look. When I feel like it. I might defy you in what you saying, just a simple fact that based on how I feel today.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying? Guy said, I go to work, go on a break. He said, I'm going back to the work off the break. He said, wait a minute, I'm gonna take 2 breaks. Nigga said, I'm gonna take me another break. These cats, I'm looking, I said, oh my God, these are the gods. They lay around and we feed them and they run us. Only for the sake of being cats. Nothing else. It's not like they got an attribute. You see what I'm saying? And these are outside cats. So we don't touch them. See, if you get a cat and you touch them and start rubbing them, you'll domesticate them. And they won't be able to live outside anymore. So you don't touch them, you just let them be. You see, you let them be. But the only thing that's domesticated about them is they got their 3 hearts in a cot. You see what I'm saying? But the point about it, I'm looking, oh, I get it now. These are the deities. These are the deities, and these deities are higher than the deities we worship. Because when we worship the deities we worship, we want something from them. We don't want nothing from them cats, but they do provide a service. We haven't seen a rat, a mouse, since '06. You see, and what I was saying was that was the essence on what Charles French was saying about we are one with the animals. We didn't look at ourselves as being above. And in so many words, if we're in a universe that contains all of this stuff, you see, it's an ecological system. We just have certain things that we do. And so we might say we are superior, but we're not superior for the simple fact what we're supposed to be doing, we're not even doing. We don't even live up to the potential.
Exactly.
You see, we got to have a plan B. Because whatever you was going to be when you was a child, you are not that now. What you thought you was going to be as a child, you ain't that now. You see what I'm saying? You got to have a plan B. So my point here is we function the least of the entire ecological nature. Everything else fulfills its purpose. Here go again, except that mysterious cat. We still trying to find out what the hell he is for.
Exactly.
And that's why the Egyptians used to feed them and domesticate them. You see, and they trace the origin based on DNA. They trace the origins of all domesticated cats back to Kemet. You see what I'm saying? So it's a mysterious. It's a mysterious thing. And then it gets to the point that they communicate. Now, our cats is a little. Our cats will start to communicate when they know the food, that bag of Friskies, what's that other one?
Kibbles and bits.
No, the other is another one. Marina, whatever the thing is. When that bag gets low, they'll start communicating. They will send signals to Linda. Like, hey, look now, hey. But how would they know that the bag is getting low? The bag is inside of the house.
Sure.
They know, that means that they are on a higher plane.
Right.
They are on a higher plane.
Right.
So when that food is getting low, they start signaling. Now, it's interesting here, because Linda lived in D.C. So she moved in with her sister before she came to Atlanta. And so what she did, she moved in with her sister. The sister had a little dog that was old. So she said, well, I'm going to move. She said, well, the sister said, well, you can come in and you can take care of the dog, because I work at a, I work a certain hours and this dog needs care. She said, you can take care of the dog, try to help me out. The dog came to her and said, look, listen to me good. See, it's a whole communication. Remember the guy that had the tigers and the lions and all that shit?
Right.
Up here, and he said they could talk to him?
Right.
So that whole Beastmaster thing is real. Dog came to Linda and said, look, this the deal. You are here because of me. Take care of me. She said, don't be caught, because when I leave, you better have plans to be someplace else. Because after I leave, your sister ain't having it. You see. She said, so, whatever the deal here is, and I know the sister asked you to come in and help, because you were staying someplace else. But you either better go back there or you better go someplace else. Because you are here because of me, and when I leave in a couple of months, you see what I'm saying, you better make the way to have your path. You see what I'm saying, or whatever the deal was.
Right.
And so and it was spiritual because she moved to Atlanta with me. But the key was the dog talked to her and told her what time it was. So now we got these cats, and the cats, they don't really communicate. They do. Sometimes you'll hear something like, look out the door. And you look out the door and they standing there ready to get fed. So that's the first level of communication. And then you might ask yourself, how did the Africans live with them lions,
Right.
and all them dangerous animals, and never was prey?
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying? That's because they had a communication. You see, they had a communication. So we are the true beast masters. You see, and the PBS used to run that damn show every month for years. So, but the key here is not PBS, TBS, Turner Broadcasting. But the key here is this is also showing this whole concept that if you're looking at us being a group of molecules or a group your soul as a solar system, you see, then you'll find out that anything is possible. And like Mitchell Gibson says, oh yeah, Harry Potter is a true entity now. You see. Now if you don't know anything about magic, first of all, for the person to perceive and to conceive the concept of Harry Potter was probably a transmission in the first place. It was a channel.
Right.
So that it meant that it was an archetype that existed outside of the physical. Then when they made it into a physical book and then the physical movie, it enhanced it. Give me some tissue or something when they get it. Oh, no, this ain't gonna work right here. That's a Kleenex towel. I need something to wipe with. This could go for the snot, but no, that ain't gonna do it either. Buffalo wings. You get some, either a towel or a paper napkin.
Solid.
You get some solid or something else. But anyway,
You get a board, right, with a white board?
no, I need some tissue too.
The brown.
A napkin.
There's tissue right here. No, I got
No, here's something a little
That's a little
yeah.
thicker. That's well. I guess this will work for
Yeah,
now.
that's a little heavy.
Yeah. So anyway, where was I?
About the communication with the lions.
Yeah, and so the concept here now is we're supposed to be getting back to that cosmic being of what we are, which is actually a solar system. You say, well, how can one soul be a soul? Well, you got 160 chakras.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? You know, you got cells, you got all this type of stuff. And that itself is actually a microcosm of the Milky Way, because that's the galaxy we live in. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so the concept here is getting back to that, but we still trying to act human, and trying to act human. Now, let me explain what I'm talking about here. I know some people that used to make all kind of money in the 80s and in the early 90s. And then they went through a void. Something shifted. Maybe something was activated in them. Okay? So as a result, the methodology that they used to use in the 80s is a dimension away. They have gone through a whole nother cycle. You see what I'm saying? Or gone through a whole nother cycle, and all of a sudden they can't make no money. Because they have acclimated themselves into the cycle that they are in. And what is needed, they need to find out what it is that's applying to the energy, you see what I'm saying, that will be conducive for me in this particular cycle. You see? So it's the same thing with outmoded knowledge. We got people, you first come in, you learn the history. You see what I'm saying? Then we supposed to be going to greater knowledge, because the history was just to tell you who you were that was lost. You see?
Exactly.
Now we are still saying it's knowledge, but we got people that's stuck. You see what I'm saying? On the first level. You see? In the first level and stuff like that, then they start going crazy, or they got people getting over on them. You see? Because now we got people that's pimping, people with the same pimp game with the Hemmitt. You see what I'm saying? You see? Or whatever type thing. But what it is, it was a cycle, and we have to not be pleased with the information that we have. We got to keep going on. And so, and you must face the strange and the unknown. You see what I'm saying? And strange and the unknown. You see? So like I said, you got the new Black Panther Party, and they got this cat. He's been on National Geographic. He's on Fox News all the time. He's the black guy that's standing up there in front of the polls telling people they better vote for Barack Obama with a big ass stick. He's on National Geographic talking about how he hates white people to death and all this kind of stuff. And he's been on TV a while, so they had some meeting at the new Black Panther thing the other day, and this guy come up there talking about kill the babies, and it's an old college line, but he's enhanced the stuff to a vigorous contempt. You see what I'm saying? For white people, kill the babies and kill, and the whole time now, this guy is a government agent that's infiltrating.
Yeah.
So that they can come to your event, and he acts out, and he don't understand it's the Homeland Security, and they got all kind of laws against us and hate laws. So whenever they want to target you, they will show this fool at your event, and that's the whole thing. He's there at your event to infiltrate your event, to put you on the terrorist watch list.
Yeah.
You see, put you on the terrorist watch list. You see, and all of this, because there's whole kind of new laws now. You know, all kind of new laws, and so this is so. But my point here is, here we go again, because we are still pondering to these outmoded systems. It's there now for mostly vanity. You see what I'm saying? For mostly vanity. So we have to go on. We have to keep moving. You see what I'm saying? We can't just fall prey to outmoded systems and outmoded groups. In these particular days right now, you got another human being you following. You're just the biggest fool ever.
Exactly.
If you can read, now I can see if you are illiterate. You need somebody to translate your life for you. But if you can read, there's no reason to be in no group. You know what I'm saying? Even if you're a staunch Christian, you got a Bible at home. You see what I'm saying? Interpret it yourself. If God is everything and everywhere, you see, so it's just interesting on how things is going. But here goes again, going back to this thing, the universe, the solar systems, and the cosmos is changing. They found a blue star the other day with a new universe. Stuff is changing each day. They got a new universe that they just found the other week. It's old, but it's new to them. But it just became visible. So obviously there's some stuff that's changing, but what's happening to us is our personalities is getting in the way. We're still running after trying to modify our personalities, and our personalities is something that's unreal. It's just a series of appearances that's taking form, you see what I'm saying, based on this realm needs forms to identify itself as being real, but it's not real. You see. So there's so many things, and so in so many words, it means that basically, if you just give up on most things that you hold dear to you, you'll find a whole nother universe there. You see. Sure. You know, I was talking about Linda. Now Linda, like I said, I cleaned up a week and a half when she moved down to Atlanta. She came in and cleaned up for 3 months. You see. So a man's cleaning is different than a woman's cleaning. My thing is, well, hell, I didn't know I was supposed to get that dust up under that couch. You see what I'm saying and all. You don't see it. The man be like, well, you can't see it. Ain't no need of me going up under there. You see. But then again, come to find out, she's notorious for cleaning houses and throwing away all the people's shit. So stuff just come up missing. But the concept here is, when you eliminate the clutter and eliminate the stuff from around you, you'll find new avenues. So it was a spiritual thing.
Yes.
You see, it was a spiritual thing. If you eliminate new avenues, you see. And so that's what that whole thing about. Even Farrakhan said that one time. You know, hey, a man will be content with a room and a bed if his woman were up on top of the bed. But she'll come in there and say, wait a minute, we got to broaden our horizons. She can make you move out. And that's when you find whatever you've expanded, that's when you get the benefit from it. But the same thing with this particular knowledge. We get trapped in these groups. And they say, what is insanity? Insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again. You see, that's what insanity is. You see. And so we get into these particular routines. Meanwhile, there's things that's changing around us, and we are suffering, and we don't know, hey, man, you went someplace else a couple of years ago, and you don't know, you see, that you're on that road to travel. You still stuck on the side of the road, thinking it's 1974. You see. So this is how these things go, how these things go. So you must push yourself for the unknown, the strange. You see. And all, because the strange and the unknown is just ignorance. It's fear. You see. So it's interesting. I want to go into this particular part. We're going to spit this up. Since we got that one for the present. Y'all right? We're going to spit this old goon rum. I guess. Well, I guess I'm up north where you can't turn down heat once it get cold. I guess no, I gotta go now, because if we turn it down, it's gonna be 0 degrees in a couple of minutes. So I guess I gotta suffer through this. It's gonna be 60 degrees on Wednesday in Atlanta. You see, so. Ashe. Okay, we'll do a little libation. He got the drums and stuff. And then we'll go to this one part. Okay, so like I said, we're gonna give a shout out to Oshosi. Ganesha. This Raziel cat that's come through. Oshun, Ogun, Yeminya, Oya, Shango, Legba, gotta give one to Ishu, Ishu, Rumala, we need the oracles now. You know, Zarabanda, Major Agua, Major de la Luna, Santissima Muerte, Mama Shola, Spirituals and Tranquilos, Francisco Siete Reyes, Santissima Petra Eamon, El Cristo Negro, Las Spirituals and Tranquilos, El Cristo Rey. And I go into why I got another information on why we got into this in the 2000s on this whole Palo thing. And I talked about it a little bit yesterday. But Kunsu is here. Sachet. Nepjet. Neith. You try to hear Neith, that's Athena. And the whole Athens is built after African goddess. Neith. You know, but they say Athena comes from Libya. And at that time, that would have been Phoenicia. Then it's later Carthage. So, you know, so even the Greeks say that. Athena, or we say Neith, Serket, Neptet, Aset, Heheru, Sat, Satis, Anarchus, Sebek, Sutek, Osar, Seker, Amen-Ra, Ptah, Kanun, Kitiaminti, Mut, Nut, Bas, Bastet, Pashet, Mim, Muntu, Mintu, Atu, Atan, Aman, Amanuel, later on Aman, which is Amen-Ra is also Amanuel in the Bible, Emmanuel. Yeah. These things crept into the Bible, you know, into the Bible. Shiva, Bhavani, Sati, Vishnu, Lakshmi, Durga, Kali, Kalima, Ganesha, Hanuman, Brahma, Indra, Agni, Kama, Kuan Yin, Terra, Buddha, Quetzalcoatl, Mawa Lisa, Imiya, which is Yoga and Yimiya, Nomo, Awas, Obas, Ivas, Otinka, Tieta, Sheola, Shula, Olumu, Alcala, Lokeo, Pacumbo, Lavio, Ishtar, Monu, Nobu, Mana, Titi, Jova. I guess that could be for the gods right now. All gods known and unknown. Ashe. Don't call on your ancestors. Ashe. 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 Ferguson family. Fallen family. We're going to give a shout out to our brother Martin Luther King. Ashe. Like I said yesterday, they had the Nation of Islam had a debate on cable TV down there with the SCLC. I talked about this yesterday. But you know, and SCLC, so they had the guy from SCLC is the Southern Christian Leadership Conference that was started by Martin Luther King. Yes. So they had a brother in there, and I was an Elijah Muhammad man, so I talked shit about Martin Luther King too. But this guy was there. And from the SCLC and the brother from the Nation and all this, you know, we need to separate, we need to do this, we need to do that. So what happened was, the SCLC brother said, look, he said, I see Farrakhan traveling all over the world. He said, let me let you in on a little bit of history. He said, before desegregation, you couldn't just jump on a plane and go all over the world if you were black. He said, that was segregated. He said, so you need to thank Martin Luther King, Farrakhan needs to thank Martin Luther King for opening that part up. You see what I'm saying? And then you gotta realize what's going on. And then it all came back to me. I said, look, when I started when I started going to these metaphysical bookstores down south, they opened up these things. They treated me with open arms. These white people, man, they would be waiting for me to come up in there. So now, let's say it would have been 40 years before, I wouldn't have been allowed in the place.
That's right.
Then I come to New York, go to the Magical Child, go to Enchantment, and get treated like a doggone criminal. You see, get treated like a criminal. You see, and from the 90s, we used to go to the Magical Child. You know, a guy didn't even want to show me some stuff in the case one time. You see what I'm saying? I want to buy a book. The guy questioning stuff because you know. So the point I'm trying to make here was, had these things not been opened up, you see, I wouldn't have been able to do those particular things. So you have to think back sometime historically just to see what was going on to get us to a certain point. So we know that Martin Luther King is also St. Martin. And St. Martin is a form of a leg bar, as we talked about yesterday. And a leg bar, like I said, he opens the way, but he doesn't necessarily go to the promised land. Shango and Ogun are the warriors to do that. You see, but he opens the gate. You see. Same thing with the Moses thing before it became historical. He opened the gate, and then Aaron and all of them took the people into the promised land. These are metaphysical terms that was historicalized. But these are concepts that they're talking about that happen in everyday life. You see, like that. You see, so there's always these people that open the gate, but their job is not necessarily to be the fulfillment. So Martin Luther King was that person. He opened the gate. You see what I'm saying? But we fulfill that in the particular aspect. We enjoyed certain freedoms, not necessarily that we wanted to live around white folks. For the simple fact, the civil rights movement wasn't about integration into other communities.
That's right.
Now we took the ball and ran with it. You see what I'm saying? But the point about it here is, it was about not having those doors closed just for a little type of thing. And like I said, I would go, man, these people would see me coming. It's like, we going to England, you want us to bring you some stuff back? He go to the list of stuff we going over to get. I'm like, yeah, give me some of that, give me. They'll jump on a plane and go to England and bring me some stuff back. And these are people from the South. Yep. I'm riding around and a guy in all black, he's a chaos magician. He got on all black and stuff. And he said, yeah, you know, I used to be one of the junior representatives of the Ku Klux Klan back in the day. And I said, I get it. That was a part of the culture. It wasn't necessarily that you was a hater. It was a part. It was just like going to church. You was down south. You supposed to be in the Klan. He was like, yeah, I was a junior member. And he said, let me tell you something. He opened up a big thing of pills. He said, you all go to jail for your drugs. He said, but what you don't realize, there's all kind of legal drugs you can get. You see what I'm saying? That you can get to get you just as high as anything else, and it's totally legal. You know, so, but it was just interesting here. I'm riding around in the car with this guy. This is years later, and he used to be a junior member of the Ku Klux Klan. Let me show you another thing. I was working in Columbia, South Carolina, in a record store. It's called Peaches. I was in college. This white boy would come, and he would have these jokes for me. And they would be funny. I said, but your little jokes is a little corny. I said, what I need for you is what black people are into. You need to give me some ethnic jokes. You know, you need to give me some ethnic jokes. The jokes that you wouldn't say, that's the ones we want, because that's the one the black community likes. You know what I'm saying? You know, what is what? What has 6 legs and go hold-it-do. 3 black men running to the elevator. That kind of stuff. You know, Kunta Kinte translated Willie Washington. You see. So, he started giving me these good ones. My brother was getting offered some jobs that they didn't have black people to work on. He graduated college, and he was working in this little small town on some job, and he would get them, and we'd give them to the black community, and people fall out down. So I said, that's what you need to give me, some of them jokes like that. You know, because we had the ones about the black man, Chinese man, and the white man. You see, and this cat loved me to death. And he said, look, I got a new job, I'm gonna have to quit. I got a new job in my profession. and I want you to come to this party. You know, so I said, I want you to come to this party. I said, well, it's too bad, man, I'm gonna be working that night, or what have you. And the white people in the store was like, we baffled. This guy is in love with you. I'm saying, well, what's the big deal? You're not talking about no gay stuff. They say, no, this guy loves you. And I said, so what's the big deal? They said, that guy there is the top. He is the top youth of the South Carolina Columbia branch of the Ku Klux Klan.
Let me get you to pause for like 50.
The lecturer was, I wasn't even conscious back then. This is like close to 30 years ago. You see what I'm saying? But he's picked something up in my essence, what my potential would be or whatever. And it shook him to the core. And they were like, man, that guy there, it wasn't like the other guy told me years later. I used to be, about 40 years ago, the junior member of the Ku Klux Klan. They were saying that this guy was like the heir at that particular time. This was in the 80s. He was like the heir to be the next Grand Master. You see what I'm saying? He was in his mid-20s. He was the heir to be the next Grand. And this cat loved me to death. But what it was is, like you're saying about the whole Michael Jordan thing, that's how they do them, because they don't consider them black.
Yeah.
Right.
They consider them a hero or something. But whatever it was with me, it was some type of spiritual thing. I wasn't even aware of it at the time. You see, I wasn't even aware of it at the time. And it was amazing. And they were so scared to doing the relationship with me and this guy coming to work. He worked in the store about 3 years. But no, he worked in the store about 6 months. And obviously this guy was fearful and notorious. Because during the time of the relationship that he worked in the store, none of the other white people had enough guts to tell me. That's how afraid they were of this guy. Only when he announced he was leaving and on his last day to work, they told me. You see, they told me. So it's just interesting how things go, on how things go and all. But then again, on the other hand, there's things that happen behind the scenes.
Yeah.
You see, there's things that's happening behind the scenes, which is very interesting. Now, I want to get into this particular part. I was supposed to say this. I was supposed to go into this last night. Now, ironically, it was in New York about 5 years ago when this mystery first came down. The first person to break part of the mystery, because the Olmecs are a mystery. Yes, the Olmecs are a mystery. They left no writing, you see what I'm saying, and what we can gather. Now, you can say that, if you want to study Olmec culture, study Mayan culture.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
It's in a nutshell.
There it is.
Right. That was the human aspect of it. What happened, the brother Rudra, I think was at the lecture he did, the first lecture he did here. He said, the reason why we don't know nothing about the Olmecs, and we got these big heads, and I guess you can, it's getting, let me know when they get a little cold. And all, yeah. And they got these big heads. Down in Mexico, what, parts of South America, what,
Brazil.
and so they don't have any writing, and it's still a great mystery. He said, you getting cold or somebody getting cold?
She's got it.
Yeah.
No, we can close that now. I'll be all right. Because because like I said, the temperature just don't drop. That's just some southern stuff. You see what I'm saying? When I first came, when I was first coming up here, when I was, like I said, I spent the summer down here in 1970. Me and my 3 brothers, my mother. All I know is we had to fight. Every day there was a new. I made the mistake because back then I used to fight. And I made the mistake of punching this nigga in the face. And I think I was like about 9 years old. So every day, we was in Bed-Stuy. So every day they'd have a new brother standing on the front porch, waiting for me to come out. And he would follow me around till about 12 o'clock when they had them sprinklers used to get in the park. And they had them sprinklers And I think they would cut on it, and he would follow me around till about the time those sprinklers, and then I'd have to go and hit him in the face and beat him up because I wanted to go into the sprinklers. You see, and this happened the whole summer. You know, the whole summer, so that was probably, when I started coming back to New York in the 90s, I'd be like, what's the temperature like today? And it's like October, November. They looking at me like, why do you want to know? Well, I said, I want to know what I can, how to dress.
Yeah.
It was like, wait a minute, hold on, man. Hey, man, you up north, what's this cold? It's cold, ain't no, you talking about May or something? Because in Atlanta, it can be freezing one day, just wait 3 days, it's gonna be warm, it's gonna be almost overbearing. You see what I'm saying and all. So we got to have two different coats and stuff. A light coat, you see what I'm saying, a light leather for, this is in January. You see, and a heavy coat for when it gets cold and stuff like that, and all. But so I'm kind of misconstruing things, trying to tell you to open up a damn window and so we can close this. You see, y'all got don't mind me on that. I'm thinking I'm in Atlanta. Okay, so what Rudra broke, he said, when we see the Olmecs, and we see those heads we don't know much about, he said that was a time when the gods used to rule. You see, when the gods used to rule. So in Egypt, when they was asking Manetho's history, he was given to Philadelphius, what they call it?
The list of kings.
The list of kings. He said we had so many pharaohs in the dynastic period, which was 3,000 years, and we had another one in the pre-dynastic period, which was about 8,000 years in the pre-dynastic. He said, so we're talking about roughly about 11,000 years. He said, well, who used to rule and what used to be that way? Who used to rule before then? He said, that's when a whole bunch of gods used to rule. But the gods is us prior to us falling deeper and deeper into the physical plane.
That's right.
So it would be Atlantis.
Okay.
I like that.
You see, it would be Atlantis. That's when the gods, so when you hear Isis and Osiris, what made them gods and different from you? That's a part when they were in Atlantis or Lemuria. They got several names for these particular things. And the only reason why they don't really play it up is because they know, and the European knows that he wasn't around at that time. You see. But, so they always give you the physical destruction of Atlantis, but this is some stuff pre-physical days. But, the key here is, if the Olmecs were the gods, and this guy here, let me get up, this guy here, David Hatcher Childress, got a book out. Let me show you, let me see the name of his book. He made an observation. He wrote a book on the Olmecs. It's one of the few books that deals with a more of a, let me see, it's another book. This is Nexus Magazine, but they're reviewing his book, so it's best to get the book. This is February 2008. The Mystery of the Olmec Civilization by David Hatcher, Hatcher, Childress, Childress, David Hatcher Childress. The name of his book, is called, it's got a book on Adventures Unlimited. So you can go online to www.adventuresunlimitedpress.com. Adventuresunlimitedpress.com. But let me get the name of the book. It's in the back of the book. This David Hatcher Childress has this book out on the Olmecs. It's one of the few books that was written outside of an archaeological standpoint of view. Most of the people give you the archaeological standpoint of the view, and also, but it's a book. That's his name. It's called the Olmecs. And I was trying to get the name of the book, but just the only thing. A lot of times you just need the actual you need the actual, just the title of the author of the title. So in this particular case, David Hatcher Childress, but he made an observation. Now what happened was how the second part of this mystery was broken. We knew that they were the gods. Second part of the mystery was broken was this. I did a lecture on the 5th of December in Birmingham, Alabama. Real magical city, because they got a 10-foot mural in Egypt. Let's put it this way, all the Cecil B. DeMille's and anybody that does anything on Egypt as far as the scenery, they have to access this guy's picture. His name is Sir Edwin Porter. And the name of the picture is called Israel in Egypt. But what it was this: he made this 10-foot long picture of the Temple of Luxor with all the paint still on it. He made it in the realm of, in the time before the erosion. It would be the actual time when the actual pharaohs was ruling. So he made this big picture of the pharaoh's procession, where they got the pharaoh, they got him, and he's going into the temple, and they got all these people in this procession. So he got back to England, and at that time it was in the 1800s. And he was trying to sell the picture. And the guy offered him an enormous amount of money for the picture. But the guy told him he had to paint the Israelites in the picture. You see what I'm saying? Being slaves. So he put a little piece in there, but it wasn't enough to cover up what he was really trying to convey. So the name of the picture is called Israel in Egypt by Sir Edwin Porter. He even got served because of the picture. Knighted.
What's it called?
It's called Israel in Egypt by Sir Edwin Porter. It's about a 10-foot long picture. Huge. It sits in the Birmingham Museum in Birmingham, England. Huh. Now we get Birmingham, Alabama, and they call it the Magical City. Now Birmingham was supposed to be the same metropolis as Atlanta and even bigger. It was supposed to be the city of the South. Atlanta ended up being that. Birmingham was supposed to be bigger because Atlanta don't have no water. It's landlocked. Georgia, most of Georgia is landlocked. It has a river run through it. And it used to be a steel mill town. So Atlanta is more of a hotel than a convention town. You see what I'm saying? It was going to be a steel town. It was going to be like Pittsburgh. You see. They were going to build it. See, this is the deal about Atlanta now. Atlanta, after the Civil War, the financiers of New York said, we going down south and we going to build a New York in the south. Not going to be New York, going to be different. But it's going to be a New York in the south. So they picked Atlanta, they picked Birmingham, and they was putting in this northern money. And so the first thing they had to do, they said, well, let's wait, because they had it on hold because these was northerners, and say, well, let's wait a couple of years until this whole civil rights thing get done. They said, because we see these niggas brewing up some stuff. They're getting ready to get, like Richard Pryor said, they said, what y'all niggas waiting for in the 50s? He said, we're waiting for the 60s. We're going to put your bitch in the 60s. So they were like, well, wait until, and then we're going to pour in the money. We're going to start building a New York. It wouldn't be like New York as far as naturally, but they was going to build it with northern money. So what happened with Birmingham was slated to be even bigger than Atlanta. But the Bull Connor shit went down, and all the racist stuff, when they was, the Bull Connor was beating people over the head, and all your pictures of the dogs and stuff like that, and it squashed it.
Yep.
And then, so they took all the rest of the money and said, well, let's just settle on Atlanta. And then in the 90s, they starting to do that with Charlotte. You see what I'm saying? Like that. Like that. But it was a magical city Birmingham because of this picture in the Birmingham Museum from the 1800s. You see what I'm saying? In the 1800s. So, they, in the 1904, they built a big statue of Vulcan. And people say, man, they got the statue of Vulcan. I said, did you ever try to study what Vulcan is? We don't know what Vulcan is. So I studied Vulcan, and Vulcan is the god of metal. The god of metal. So I said, well, that makes sense because it's a steel mill town. So they took this god Vulcan, they built this statue of Vulcan, and he got nappy hair. And they aired it at the 1904 World's Fair, and then after the World's Fair, they brought it to Birmingham. So I was like, wait a minute, this is the god of metal. I said, oh, this is Ogun. So I did a whole thing, I went on the 5th to do a whole thing on Vulcan and Ogun. So Ogun said, well, you doing this for me, let me reward you with something. So the book, this is a book that I had since 08, and it fell up on this page, and this guy makes, David Hatcher Childress, makes an observation that he in England used to play rugby, well, soccer, with a bunch of Nigerians. He said, and he got the aspect of the phenotype of the Olmec heads being Nigerians, and then all of the archaeological community agreed. It is the West African. It could be, but Nigeria could be, if you take it out of the modern sense, it could be Ghana, it could be the Congo, it could be the Dogon, you know, but you know the Nigerian has got the thickest features.
That's right.
You see. And that's the prototype. That was the kingdom of Dahomey and all that, you know. So, when I read this, then Ogun said, I put it together. You got the first part at 95, but Ruth said that was the gods. And now they're identifying the people as Nigerians, but this was a time when it wasn't a physical world, but they identified it with the Nigerians, so who are they talking about? Okay, they identified the Olmec heads as Nigerian, or West African. That's the first part. But you've already identified that the Olmecs were the gods that live in a pre-physical time, and they're gods. So who are the Nigerian gods?
We are.
The Orishas. No, the Orishas. Somebody must agree. The reason why I know that?
Affirmation.
The reason why I know that?
Affirmation, right?
They, I don't know if they don't have it. You don't have that TV one up here, do you?
Yeah, we do.
And they got this show called Unsung.
Right.
Yes.
So we recorded the Unsung on Phyllis Hyman, and we was watching the Phyllis Hyman documentary, and she came and they kicked the, you know, like we got a big speaker, and they got the little phone screen that they have on the speaker. She kicked the phone screen off, it flew across the room. And she said, you know, I just wanted to be recognized, you know, hey, I'm here. You see, so when that kind of thing happens, you see, when that kind of thing happens, that's the God. They said that's why a lot of times when if some food fall on the floor, you're supposed to leave it for a minute. Okay. Because that's them. They will knock it out the bag if it's something they like. If it's something they like. You see. You know, and then Oshun sometimes, she would just come and just take a ring off a person's finger and it would disappear in thin air. You see, she was famous for that. You see. So, the gods of that area were the Orishas. You see. So the Olmecs is actually the Orishas. You see. And like we said again, there's in India there's 7 holy rishas. There's 7 African powers. There's 7 holy rishas. So how do you get the 7 African powers called the Orishas? Then in India you got the 7 holy rishas of the Pleiades. There's 7 African powers, but there's an 8th one Oshosi, which is Orion the Hunter. And Orion the Hunter, with his dog, is the dog star. It's got, they say that the 7 holy Orishas and Orion the Hunter, they are connected. So Oshosi was Orion the Hunter, and there's the 7 holy Orishas of the Pleiades and Orion the Hunter. In the middle of Orion is the star Sirius. To show you how this thing breaks down. Now, in this Oshosi aspect, if he's Orion, Orion in Egypt is Osiris, or Osar. Now, in 2000, because this Oshosi's thing, he fought to come through the last 2 months. You see. He's come up now and come to find out that Oshosi was the god, that they took so many people from his village in Africa till his legend died out. And they know very little about Oshosi on the continent, but all Oshosi stuff is based on in the West. Those Africans that they took, you see, they kept Oshosi in the West. And it's about like our situation, whereas they took us from Africa, the people know very little of us as identification. We not them. And we look back and say, I ain't them Africans. You see? And they said, we ain't them niggas there. You see? And so, that's that whole story of Oshosi. Now the key here is Oshosi is Orion, like Osiris is Orion. Now there's a guy by the name of, I talk about him, Dan Winters. You can get some of his stuff on the internet, and all, but they kicked him. He's one of the few people that got kicked out of the country for giving a certain amount of knowledge. Yeah. White boy. Few many white people got kicked out of the country. First they tried to sue and say he plagiarized somebody's stuff.
I got his book, he was going off.
Yeah.
Talking about the blood and everything.
All that.
Going off.
Then they said, no, you got to go. Fuck that. You see? Yeah. So they got white people that kicked out the country. They got Philip Agee, which was that guy was the CIA agent. Yeah. They kicked him out. I think they kicked your boy out that did Iceman Inheritance.
Michael Crichton. Bradley, yeah.
Michael Bradley. Yeah. So you got to go. You don't talk shit about us. He moved to Canada. So they will kick you out of the country. Don't let nobody fool you. You know, it ain't no land of freedom. It's a land of what you can get away with. You see, so, but in his book in the 2000, I think, and this what got him kicked out. He kept saying, there's a black hole in the heart of Orion. In the heart of the Orion star system, there's a black hole. And in this black hole, it's either we getting sucked into it or something is being birthed from it. You see, then all of a sudden this Oshosi cat comes through. And Oshosi really just represents, if you look at it as an energy, it represents us supplanted in a new world and forgotten in the old world. And sometimes forgotten in the old world is kind of hard to not know who the African Americans is, because that's the template for the whole planet. They're going to show somebody black, they're going to show African American around the world. And we celebrate it that way. It's not talking about that. It's talking about they don't recognize you as a culture and customs that they are identified with. Because we are foreign. You see, we are foreign. You see what I'm saying? You see, so that whole Oshosi thing, here goes again, based on this black hole in the heart of Orion, then this Oshosi shows up. You see what I'm saying? And then all of a sudden, he's sitting at the table as the 8th Orisha. As the 8th Orisha, I'm telling you, there's a debt. See, they got people, in Italy, they got tarot card companies, and they celebrate us. Oh, yeah. So they got an African-American tarot sold in Italy. The Llewellyn Book Company here just picked it up. It's been out about 2-3 years. They got a Cleopatra tarot, they got a Ramesses tarot, you see, and they got Afro-Brazilian tarot. Right. But they got one company, now that's a company that creates tarot cards for everybody. But there's one company in Italy, I think it's in Italy, And the only thing they create one tarot deck. It's called the Lucame tarot deck. And in this tarot deck, if you get it, it tells stories of stuff that's happening in the future. And so they got Oshosi sitting at the table with all the other 7 Orishas. And like I said, they drinking from this skull some kind of beer or some kind of liquor or something. And then they got Obatala turning up the bottle to his head, which he don't supposed to do. Because Obatala, whenever he get drunk, he create retarded children. Now, it's ironic, because the retarded children might not necessarily mean retarded, you know, that kind, but it could also just mean deficient. Because there was a Bible out down in Virginia. He wasn't a racist because he had a group of black people and he had a group of white people in the same class. So you can't say that if you were racist, you wouldn't have white people in your class.
Exactly. Right.
So whenever they would give the reading or who their head was, he would tell all the white people, your head is Obatala. They went, why our head can only be Obatala? And this is and this guy is good. This guy got a he had a box coming in this country with a spirit in it that talks. Some spirit. He couldn't get it through customs. If you ever heard me talking in the London tape, there's a brother that opened for me named Israel. Now Israel is a king in Nigeria. His father was over a little small village. And he's a king over there. And he might go visit him once a year, but he lives in England. He don't want to live in Nigeria. He don't want to live in Nigeria. He got one of those heads, a box with a talking head in it. It's a spirit to talk to you. He got one in Nigeria. So this brother in Virginia is real hooked up. So when he said all of y'all Obatala, he's not talking. He means your deficiency. You see, your deficiency. As far as, not having a certain amount of melanin or something, or something like that. So that's very interesting on that particular part that about this about these Europeans and all of them being the children of Obatala. But in this particular deck, the Lucame deck, they got Obatala chugging down a bottle, and they make sure the other ones just got their little glasses, and they dipping this beer something out of a big skull, and let Buzz at the head of the table. But in this particular one, they give Obatala a bottle. They're like, well, you ain't been able to drink for so many years, and we're gonna give you the big fifth. You see what I'm saying? He's chugging it down too, and all. So my point, but the point I'm trying to make here is the Lucame deck is talking about. The Lucame is a Brazilian type outfit as far as the candomblé or whatever. And what they might be saying here is, with Obatala chugging down that liquor, is what became of us. You see what I'm saying? Us being a bunch of lushes and stuff, or drunks, because they do have the Temple of Barubador. And I got the book of Temple of Barubador, and it's got about 1,000 frames, but they got us on the Temple and that's in Java. And Java is an island off the coast of, I think, Thailand. And Indonesia. And anyway, they got the Temple of Barubador, look like a spaceship. And in there, they got us drinking liquor and blowing saxophones. Black people in that temple. They got Eugene Adams' tape, and the thing about it was, I said, I gotta find a book with the layout of the Temple of Barubador, and I found a big, thick book. And they wanted $80 for it used. And the Spirit said, you gonna get this book. So when I said, hell, I'm gonna pay the $80. And I went up to the counter to hand him the book, and he opened up the book and the binding broke. But the book was still together because the binding, he said, well, I can't I can't charge you $80 for this now. He said, so can you give me 30? I said, well, that's the spirit. He said, that's the spirit and stuff like that. So this Lucamade deck got some stuff in there. It's called the Lucamade deck, and it's unbelievable and stuff.
How do you spell that, Bob?
Lucama. The Lucamade deck. And yeah, it's unbelievable. And they got all kind of stuff in there to be studied. Because remember, the tarot is it's a study system of the soul and the mystical surrounding, but it's also a divination system. So a lot of people talk about it, and when they find that they can't divine with it because they can't study, they give it up, and they don't go and study the actual cards and stuff that was going on, and stuff that's going on. So, Obatala chugging back that liquor can mean a certain thing too. It can also mean that we don't necessarily have to deal with human concerns that would make someone inefficient. With them sitting around the table and all of them drinking, it means that, hey, this is now the return of the gods in the West, because they said we'll rise in the West.
Yeah.
So when you get a chance to, if you can get this Lucamade deck, you got to go online and try to get it. And when you get it and stuff, just start studying the cards, because it comes with a little book, and half the book is in Spanish, and then they got a little piece in English. So you're going to have to basically, it's a picture window, and you basically going to have to just look. They give you a little bit of information on the actual cards, but you're going to have to really look and just to see what your spirit tells you, or what your spirit tells you on that particular thing. So let's see. I just want to see a few other things. We need to deal with, and then we're gonna go to a massive question and answer. So I think we can go ahead and start on that and get the ball rolling. Get the ball rolling on that. Yeah.
I was going through some stuff. You know how sometimes something just pop into your head out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And I was just looking at Hemmitt, and I was watching CNN online, and they got the science stuff, and they were talking about the comets, and I was saying to myself, a comet is something that comes here from outer space, and the only difference to me, phonetically, between comet and comet is how you spell it. So I just wanted to see if you could touch on the illusion, the similarity between comet and comet.
In etymology, all of that stuff adds up.
Right.
If it didn't, how could they even get codes and all this kind of stuff now these days when they make these Bible codes and they make all this kind of stuff? And it doesn't necessarily, and they say this Bible code works. Well, it's still, even though it's a later thing, it still was taken from ancient scripts. You see what I'm saying? And it might have been translated umpteen times, but nevertheless, it was an actual script that once existed in the ancient world, ancient Egypt mostly. And as a result, they can make codes from it. So if it's one of those things where codes can be made out of these words, then you can also say that etymology, everything has a connection. So yes, it could be that, it could be that, on that particular level. So yeah. What's that?
Excuse me. When you were speaking about we're molecules and everything like that, well, there's a film called The Last Mimsy.
Yeah, exactly.
If people would get that, they would get the whole
thing. Last Mimsy. Yeah, that's exactly.
And then the other piece to it is when we were talking about Atlantis. Now Disney made an anime movie called Atlantis.
Yeah.
And the people in it looks like us.
Yeah, in 2000.
Right. So if you can get a hold of that.
Yeah, in 2000.
That's
And you know what?
Story too.
They got a channel called the Chiller Channel. Come on, right before CNN. And one night I recorded it, but see, technology every now and then fucks up. I recorded this thing on Atlantis. And they was trying to find the origin. They was talking about Atlantis and they did all this type of stuff, but they was trying to find the origin. They were saying, well, could the Mayan temples be Atlantis? But we got Atlantis from different parts of the earth.
Right.
This what happened, because we know it was all one landmass. Okay. And they showed something that they never showed before, and I was recording it, but I got that damn DVR. When you get to a certain amount of movies or pictures, it starts to delete. But you gotta mash protect, put a protect on that shit. But I swear by the DVR now, because you could go backwards, you know, all kind of stuff like that. But you gotta put, if you get up in the 60s, you got 60 entries, it will start deleting. And I had this thing and the DVR deleted it. Now, if I'd have put I could have put a DVD in the DVD player recorder and recorded it, or I could have put a VHS in and I'd have had it. But this is what this thing said. They said, could this Mayan temple be Atlantis? This whole, and they went with that big one, Teotihuacan, whatever thing is called. Huh? Teotihuacan. They went to that big one. They said, well, let us show you something. They went off the coast of Ghana. I bullshit you not. And they had the same temple complex in a space about big as this room. They say, could this be the model that they was planning to build Teotihuacan by over in West Africa? I said, look at this shit. They had it was about as big as this room, but it had the whole temple layout as the one in Mexico or wherever that thing is, Peru or whatever that part Teotihuacan was. With the pyramids and all. In West Africa. I say, why we never saw this? Because if you saw this, you would know that that was an African culture. And you would know who built it. That's why it's so much like ancient Egypt or ancient Kemet. And they had it, and the damn thing got deleted. But I go every night, and it's gonna come on again.
Inside that pyramid, they got the pictures of the people who lived during that time.
Yeah.
And the lightest brother is your complexion.
Right.
Yeah. So inside that pyramid, they trying to tell the story.
Hey, I met a whole group of people from Greece. A whole group of people, and they were your color. Right. In Greek town in Detroit. Right. And I said, well, he said, my family been in Greece since the beginning of time. You see, since the beginning of time. Now, Oxford University, you had Martin Bernal and the Black Athena thing went off in the late 80s. And Black Athena in 1992. And that went off. So they quietly did one in Oxford. See, they will tell the truth when they live in a society where we are not in mass. So over in Britain, they had a conference and put the end to the Greek thing and showed how Greek culture is nothing but an extension of Phoenician, Carthage. Well, you're right. If the damn Athena is first comes, they trace her to Carthage, or what you call modern day Libya, you see, and that's what Athens, the center of all that stuff was. Then obviously, and they did it through the mythology. They showed the mythology, the Greek mythology. They showed the Phoenician mythology, and they were like, wait, this is not but an extension of those people. And so to have a person your color in 2003, it means that it took them years to sequester those people, you see what I'm saying, to the point whereas when you go over there, they got you in a certain part, you see, you know, they got you in a certain part, you know, so this is interesting here. I was on the plane coming here. Flew out from Atlanta, had to make a layover in Charlotte. Got on the plane in Charlotte. Now when I was in Atlanta, I always requested an aisle seat. So when I got there, they didn't have no aisle seat, so I went and got me an aisle seat. She said, okay now, I got the aisle seat coming from Atlanta, going to Charlotte. When you get to Charlotte, they got one aisle seat on the plane. One aisle seat on the plane, but it's at the back of the plane. I said, I don't care where it is, as long as I get an aisle seat. You see. You know, so I'm sitting on the back of the plane, and there's an East Indian couple beside me. They like in their 60s. And they just speaking mostly East Indian. And so this girl came, the stewardess came back, or what you want to call them, not flight attendants, you know, or what have you, came back, the white girl, and she said, hey, would you like to sit up there in that seat there? You seat there? She said, because it's only two of you all in that seat, you could have the room between you, you know, and stuff like that. And I said, well, yeah, fine. But I said, I thought they didn't have no more aisle seats. So I got up there, it was an Asian girl. It was an Asian girl. And she said, well, I was sitting in the seat, but I moved to the window. And all. I said, well, cool. We started sitting there, plane flying. I pulled out a book. She looking at the book, because she wants to have a conversation. And she later told me, I like to have a conversation when I'm flying. But I'm like, wait a minute, hold on now. You are Asian. How many times you get an Asian to actually sit and speak to you? She said, so we started flying. I said, wait a minute, this is a Kuan Yin moment. Because now when I first started dealing with Kuan Yin said, I want to come to the Africans in America. They need to know me. Yeah. So I started talking about Kuan Yin, and I was in D.C. back in '06 with Brother TJ, and we went to the, the Old Country Buffet or some shit. He takes you, you know, I guess get more bang for your buck. So, we in the buffet, and an Asian girl comes up to me and goes, hi, how you doing? And I'm looking over there, she's sitting with a white man. And I came up there to teacher, I said, teacher, that Asian girl spoke to me, asked me how I was doing and stuff, and she's sitting over there with a white man. I thought, he said, yeah, that's odd. An Asian girl gonna speak to you, you might speak to her. I said, oh, that's Kuan Yin. Okay, so I said, okay, this is another Kuan Yin moment, because this girl, she asked me about the book and she wanted to talk. So she started talking, and she said, I'm Japanese. She said, I bet you ain't never spoken to no Japanese. Like this. I said, you right. I never could tell who you all were. I damn sure ain't never talked to no Japanese. Maybe a Korean selling me some chicken wings. And we do have a upper scale Chinese restaurant we go to that's got these Chinese. But I said, I ain't never talked to no Japanese. So she said, I bet. She said, I know. She said, we are the British of Asia. She said, we are the British of Asia. She said, we're the most arrogant people on the planet. She said, we don't mess with no other Asians. We shut them out. She said, and we think we better than all the other Asians. That's right. I said, well, it's a pleasure talking to you like this. So she said, so then she started to tell me her family life and stuff. I said, so what you doing in South Carolina? She said, well, I'm over here, I live outside of Charlotte and Sewell and stuff like this and stuff. You know, I accepted Jesus Christ and stuff like that. I said, well, it's going to get interesting. So I said, well, how did you get to Charlotte? And then she said, okay, let me tell you what went down. She said in the 80s, the Commodores, whatever black groups was coming over, Shalimar, because you know what's his name live in Japan now, Jeffrey Daniels. They was coming over, but they had a group of brothers that would come over and help them win the concert tours. And they would stay over during the remainder of the year, but they would be roadies or there'd be people that help. She said, I met up with this brother. And she said, we started kicking it, and I got pregnant. And she said, I had to flee Japan because I knew I couldn't have that baby in Japan. It wasn't Japanese. They don't play that shit.
Oh, no.
She said, a family, they took her, they got what they call a deed. Might be like a family register. Rich people have a register, who's on the register of the family, so they can get the inheritance. But they call it the deed. And she said, well, my grandparents and all the deed to come down to us, they said they cut me out of the deed. Dropped me from the deed. And I had to get the fuck to South Carolina where the brother was from. You see what I'm saying? Because I couldn't have that baby in Japan. It might have been some genocide stuff. And all. And she was your complexion. She said another thing. I'm your complexion and the Japanese calling me ugly. I said, I already know what it is. See, the racism with Japan is it used to be a black culture. And they fought against, remember they said half the veins, half the blood in the veins of a samurai warrior must run black. That's in the Ivan Van Sertima book and Renoko Shida and all that talk about that stuff. So they got a real racist thing going on because they fight against their past. See, so I came down here and I had 4 children and I accepted Jesus. I said, well, what were you into? Because she said she went all the way to college in Japan, through college. I said, so what was you into before you accepted Jesus over here?
Right.
She said, my family and all my surroundings, they were into some new age stuff. I said, oh shit, you done left the good stuff. And she said that Shindu, she's talking about all this stuff that was into. She said, but her parents, her parents just on her for years, but later on they in their 80s and she done warmed down and they done accepted Jesus. And stuff like that. But she was saying, her husband later on in the 90s got on crack, and so she divorced him. And so she come up here to Harlem. She said, well, I said, so where'd you come? She said, I come to New York. I come to New York at least once a month. I love New York. I said, well, she said, I come up to Harlem. Come up to Harlem. I done hooked up with a church up here. I done met another brother and all this type of stuff here. And I come up here, and she said, and I go to the Schomburg. She said, because my children, I've been going to the Schomburg, say, look, y'all better learn something about your history, because she said, I still know my history, but they kicked me out of the country. So she said, no, they're going to learn about their history. It was African-American history, but nevertheless, that's more than most black people know. So she comes to the Schomburg to get the history to teach her 4 children. Now, they are all grown now. So she's kicking it with this brother and all, but she started talking about how they were into the New Age and all this type of stuff. Then she said, well, since I'm a Christian, she said, when I would go back to Charlotte, I opened my ministry up. I opened my friendship up to the rednecks. Look what she was saying. She was like it. She said, when I first started going to the rednecks, going to their church, they was preaching, don't vote for Barack Obama because he's the Antichrist. And then she said, so I got a close relationship with these rednecks down there. And she said, so we might be thinking, this post-racial society. She was like, look, I'm in where you all are not. They don't love you. She said, all they do, the stereotypes and stuff they do, you see what I'm saying? She said, that's what they live by. I say they bred on that. And if you don't learn anything about a person's culture, that's the only thing you're going to perceive for the rest of your life. So this whole thing about, I ain't into racism or whatever type thing here. Look, if you got a certain stereotypical notions and preconceived notions about a people being low, if you don't take the time out to learn that history, they're gonna always be that way. And only when they're around you will they quail their thoughts about you. She said, but they're around me. You see what I'm saying? They're around me, and that's all they do is talk shit about you and their opinions on you. She said, well, she said the black community has embraced me. I said, look, you fucking light skinned with long black hair. Let nobody fool you. Black people is color struck. You the Asian girl around there and everybody want to, so I said, yeah, they gonna embrace you. I saw that too. That's right. You see, you might be a little darker than the average Japanese, but That's some bull. Them niggas love you because you the new red bone in town. She said, I go to Harlem and man, they treat me, oh, it's so wonderful. And the white friends were like, golly, you going up in that ghetto and all this, you ain't there to get shot and all the stuff they see on TV and stuff. Right. And so she said, but they embraced me. I said, man, you the new red bone in town. She said, yeah, I know. So it's just interesting how, and so we had a conversation about an hour about the culture and all that kind of stuff here and all. And the only thing she said was, now, you know, Japan is went through the same thing that America's going through now as far as the bottom fell out in the 90s. And so they ain't got the money they say. And so now Japan is the richest nation on earth now. They're the #1 creditor nation. Not Japan, China. China. So she's saying now China, and they're saying what's the name is on Korea is on the upswing. So all of a sudden, the Japanese is now opening up to the other Asians because they own the lowest on the totem pole. She said, so we seeing this interaction between the Chinese and the Koreans and stuff that you wouldn't have seen 30 years ago. So she's saying, but now they the broke ones. And Japan is running things. And the funny part about it was, and she said they're opening up to black people because you got the youth that grew up on the rap. Yeah. Right. They grew up on all things black. Okay. So these people, they're now coming into power. You see what I'm saying? And they're hip-hop. Generation X people. They went through all of that. So she said, so that now that becomes black. She said, so now I had to flee over 30 years ago. You see what I'm saying? No, but she said about 25 years ago, you know, in the mid-80s, like 1985, she had to flee or she'd have gotten killed. Now, shoot, it ain't nothing. They might have all kind of, you know, babies.
Yeah. Bobby, it's interesting you say that because my cousin that lives in Jacksonville, Florida, hooked up with a Japanese girl. 3 months ago, they just had a baby. Then they had insurance here. They went to Japan. She had the baby there. They stayed with her mother for a while.
Right. See, for a while. She said, but if it had been in 1985, it was a different story. So, but you know, but like I said now, that age group, they grew up on hip hop. You see them in that, just, you know, just. Give us some questions.
I would like to go into the more mystical.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm interested in knowing about the powers that we're supposed to have inside. How would you go about getting them to work better for you so you can bring about better things happening on the planet?
There's no substitute.
Stuff like that.
You have to, you're going to have to study. And the reason why I say that is this. You have to get certain books on the chakras, the kundalini, different metaphysical things, the 7 powers in man. There's several books you can get. And the reason why I say that you have to study, because if you don't know what these things are and you have the experiences, you won't be able to translate them. So a lot of people have experiences all the time and think they're going crazy because they don't have the knowledge of the experience that they're having. Right. You see what I'm saying? And stuff. Because I'm telling you, it's going to get to a point it's going to be phenomenal stuff to start happening. It happens to me every day, but I'm acclimating in to say, well, what is this? You see what I'm saying? And where's this going? You see, but the point I'm trying to make here is you're going to have to get a few books or any and DVDs or anything you can get that explains some of these latent powers and different things like that. But start anything that's dealing with the kundalini or dealing with the chakras. There's books called Living with Kundalini. And anything dealing with the chakras and dealing with those things, any books that's dealing with recognizing the spirits, recognizing the spirits and what the whole thing is about, is a way to do it, because you must acclimate yourself to the point that you recognize what you're doing. But if you don't have any knowledge, the crazy house is full of people that just had spiritual experiences. You see what I'm saying? But they're in a state of ignorance, in a culture of ignorance, and so therefore, you know, they think they're crazy and they're not. You see what I'm saying? They're not. So, yeah. What's that?
I want to go back to the part when you were talking about the animal kingdom.
Yeah.
Now, the difference between us in the animal kingdom is the animal kingdom is sixth sensory.
Yeah.
They work with their intuition and
Yeah, they can
and
tell.
with us, you know, we were feeling like we're so much better than them, but
Right.
we're actually sixth sensory beings, but because we have become disconnected with nature.
Right. We are inferior to them now.
Inferior. So if you
Yeah.
want to get more spiritual connection, connect back with nature, watch nature, acknowledge nature.
I think at the heart of what shuts down everybody is the religions that we are under.
Right. And the foods.
Because the religions, you know, because even you got people down hog maul eating people down south that got all kind of spiritual stuff. You see what I'm saying? And they get certain things too. It's just that they don't have the knowledge of it and stuff. And then what happens here is that the religion is designed. The religion is designed to make you afraid of anything that is going on spiritually.
Yeah. Right.
You see, it's going on spiritually, yeah.
Yeah, and also within that same Bible, there is information such as crystals. But in the
also information.
In the chakras.
It's information saying you don't supposed to eat no pork.
Exactly.
And I don't know how the hell the Christians that dog everybody else about every damn sin get around that one.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? You going to hell because you wearing a short dress, but goddamn it, it says they don't say about the short dress in no Bible, but they tell you about pork.
Right.
You know,
No, but in the New Christians talk according to the New Testament, they'll say that when one of the disciples had a vision, that he had to go to preach the gospel to those who were eating pork. So in other words, in the New Testament, it's okay for the Gentiles to eat pork.
Right. Let me tell you something. They talk about Paul. Paul was a government agent for the Romans.
That's right. Yeah.
So they say anything about a government agent or somebody that restricts you, you're going to double cross the people you're working for. So Paul double crossed the Romans and had to get the hell running away from the Romans. And ran into the Christians that he had double crossed. And they was going to kill him. And Paul said, whoa, I found Jesus. I saw Jesus. This is after so-called that Jesus died, or either whatever the thing they was dealing with, or whatever cult they was dealing with. He said, I saw Jesus, and they needed a Roman to justify Jesus, and they let him in. Now, they're saying that now we're not talking about see, the physical Jesus took almost 200 years to create in Rome. They were talking about this mystical Jesus, and Paul started turning it into the physical thing. But what happened was this: Paul, the cult, it was a Jewish sect that was preaching on this Jesus thing at first, but they were talking about a mystical Christ. Paul came in and created he said, now I'm Roman. And he created a Christianity for Romans, the Gentile. You see, so even the one that the original set was dealing with, Paul designed a whole set. You see what I'm saying? You see, like right now they got somebody trying to open up a gay mosque. You see
what? Yeah, that's on the news. Gay mosque. They actually petitioning for the one the one that they're building up down there by the World Trade.
So you can bring new elements into something. And Paul's whole thing, and he said that's what it was. He fashioned one that the Romans could later accept, and the Gentile, and he made it more of a cosmopolitan religion. It's the same thing about all that stuff for Christmas is spiritual. The Christmas tree, all that shit is spiritual. I'll tell you what, there's a Christmas spirit you get to this day, even if you're conscious.
Oh yeah.
You get it. And the next day that thing leaves right after Christmas.
Along with your money.
Now what happened was this. Was this. Well, they made it commercial, but the motifs started before the commercialism. What happened was when they went up into Europe, because a lot of this ritual stuff was put down with the Druids and all these black people that lived in Europe You see what I'm saying? When we reported that the first Europeans were black. And all these traditions was handed down for years. So when the church came in, they said, okay, this is what we'll do. We're not getting rid of none of our traditions. But what we'll do here is we'll incorporate Christianity in it. And so the church said, we'll allow you to keep your traditions if you put a Christian myth around it. The problem here is we now are throwing away those traditions, but mistaking it for Christianity. Two different things. The traditions go back thousands of years before Christianity. Now, I was in Baltimore, Maryland in 2005. We did the lecture, went to this brother house named Ray, did the sit down, where we did a sit down thing on camera. A sit down thing on camera. So we went to his house the next night. So he immediately started trying to explain away why he got a Christmas tree. He said, well, my wife, you know, his wife wasn't conscious. She wanted a Christmas tree. Spirit said, no, you got to fix this shit right now. And God's hand came. You see, which is actually best in Egypt. He's the leprechaun in Ireland. He said, you got to fix this. He said, that was my holiday. And the lights and stuff, that was the fairies' holiday. So you got to realize the fairies. Remember, Rosalind Jeffers went to Africa. Went to Africa. She's been going since 1963. She went to Africa. She started getting into my metaphysical stuff, and in '94 she went back to Africa to tell her about the metaphysics stuff. In Africa, in Ghana, they looked at her and said, "Look," and they pointed at little people in the trees. She said, "I've been coming over here for about 40 years, and you never told me that." They say you never asked.
Hey, Bobby, let me get you to pause.
I have what is called a picture packet that you order by phone, which has 54 pictures in it.
By phone?
Yeah, yeah, we give you that.
Oh, okay.
We give you that. Yeah, okay. For the people that want to order my information, you can call 678-358-1055. 678-358-1055. So that's the stimulus package. The stimulus package that you're going to buy today, if it start working for you, you might want to get your family members some. So you can call 678-358-1055, and we got the picture packet that we are dealing with now. And it's 64 pictures of East Indian gods, Asian gods, African gods, Egyptian temples. There's more Egyptian stuff than anything. And it's got all the stuff, but it's got rare photographs that I've collected over the course of the last 19, 20 years. Yeah, and it's the picture packet is unbelievable and all. So it is worth having. That means when you start having these experiences, you will have a reference of those pictures. Yeah. Okay, and we also have the last night lecture. We also have the last night lecture. So now, they were showing. I'm still into this thing about the fairies.
Oh.
Okay. She showed the fairies in the Ghanaians showed her the fairies in the trees. So the fairies in the trees. Now, then there's a sister named Avit. Well, there was two incidents happened recently. That was in the 90s. A sister that had a blog talk radio. She had one of the earliest blog talk radio shows in the 2000s. She went over to Africa and she saw the fairies. And they call her Kawi. The fairies are the ancestors. They call her Kawi. And so she saw them, and they got a book out on them. Then, one of the sisters moved to Ghana back in 08, I think 07 or 08. And she was in her room or someplace. And the fairies told her go back home, go back to Atlanta, go back to America. So now, I'm in the guy's house with the Christmas tree, and they said, oh, that's the fairy stuff. When you see them lights and stuff, that's the fairies. Those are the answers. Those are the spirits. But see, now we're throwing all that out because of the Afrocentric stuff and all, because we now, we don't want to be associated with anything Christian, but we don't understand that Christianity came after those traditions was already there, and they're very spiritual. Right. And it's basically the winter solstice.
Right.
And so all that stuff is in the opening. And one of the days for the winter solstice is they got a list of gods that be on those days. And one of the gods and goddesses on that day is called the Frey, or the Fae. The Fae are the fairies. So it's proof that that was original fairy day and stuff, and all that type of thing. So that, yeah, what's that?
When you say Fae, you saying F-E-Y?
I think it's F.
F-A-I-R-Y.
I got it.
F-E-E. It's a French word. F-E-E.
F-E-E?
Yeah.
Well, they got different pronunciations for it. The Fae, the fairy. There's one that's F-E-Y too.
Okay.
And
yeah, that I know they got a they were talking about in Ireland, they have them on video.
Yeah.
In the gardens and in some of the older forests where they haven't had like
What we did, we built a fairy kingdom in the front part of our house when you first walk in the door. And we got everything in the house. All the Egyptian, all the Yoruba, all the Apollo, anything you want to name, Asian stuff. But we built a fairy kingdom right in the front part of the house. And as a result, they appeared. And at first I didn't recognize them because I'm from South Carolina. And if you ever go to South Carolina, and people from New York, they used to come to South Carolina, and this is what they did all summer. Because of the gnats. So they be talking to you, but they're not used to the gnats. And they do this. And so, so for some psychological reason, what I thought I was seeing was gnats. It took me a couple of days until Linda said, look at the fairies. And I said, yeah, look. I was thinking it was gnats because I grew up with gnats down south, but there are no gnats in Georgia because Georgia is landlocked. So the fairies was there. Then it snowed the other day, and it snowed on Christmas.
Right.
And we saw little fairy prints in the snow. But we know what the cats do. We know they pass. It's not the cats. It was that, and Linda said, come and look at. You see, it was too many of them. She said, look at them fairy prints. So there is a whole mystical dimension. You see what I'm saying? And they will let you see when they're ready to let you see.
Exactly.
But you got to get rid of a lot of reason. You got to become a child. Because children see all this all the time until they get to a certain age of reason. And then they disappear. You see, that's that whole movie. What's the name of that?
Pan's Labyrinth?
No, the other one.
Peter Pan.
No, there's another one came out, was off the chain.
Photographing Fairies?
Huh?
Was it Photographing Fairies?
Photographing Fairies.
Bridge the Terabithia?
No, it's one more. It's close. No, it's one closer. This one here is the real deal.
Not Pan's Labyrinth?
No, it's not Pan's Labyrinth. No, this one here goes even further.
Tinkerbell?
No, not Chronicles of Narnia. The hedge something. Let me see. The hedge. Something script.
Oh, I know about the owls and everything like that.
No. This came out about a year before that.
Oh, okay.
That came out this year. It'll come to me in a minute what it is. It's some kind of script, so-and-so manual, hedge something manual. It's about the fairies and the children moving the house.
Oh, and they have to look through the thing to see the whole other world.
See the whole world.
Yeah, there's another thing.
I have
This
that
is somebody's name.
Something.
Spiderwick.
Spiderwick Chronicles.
Spiderwick.
Yeah, there you go.
And you know, only way you can see, you gotta see it with a little glass. And not unless a hog squeal spit in your face. When the hog squeal spit in your face, which is some mystical entity, you can see the fairies and stuff like that now. So there's also dark fairies too. There's books coming out on the dark fairies and stuff. mischievous things that happen, and you get certain things happening. You don't be furious and stuff. So but those kingdoms now are rising. Those kingdoms are now arising and stuff. You see. So we put up a nice Christmas tree. Been putting up a Christmas tree for the last 3-4 years now, and all kind of mystical things. And we keep the Christmas tree up until the end of January.
Right.
Because because before it was Christmas, as far as the day of Jesus, which is actually the birthday of Mithra, it was actually a festival of the whole winter solstice.
Right.
And we are in that particular season now, so we keep the Christmas tree up until the end of January, and all kind of mystical things happen.
Use a real one? A real tree?
Now we got a plastic one.
It's okay to put the Christmas tree up?
Yes. Yeah.
If you have to understand about
You seem to be very knowledgeable in the Haitian spiritual voodoo system. How does that happen, if you don't mind?
Or with me, part study of what's out there and part spiritual. Basically what really happens here is, see, you got to realize something. Although a lot of people that's in the tradition think that if you're not in the tradition, you can't have access to it. But what they don't realize, they worship these powerful beings. And how can you say the powerful beings that you worship only have access to one geographical point? You see what I'm saying? Or one geographical part. They're supposed to be gods, and that means they can contact somebody in Peru.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying? So mainly one of the aspects is when you really think about it, when I get into certain things, I'm being contacted by certain deities. You see like that, and also.
I got that. Number 2. Does Ezili daughter displaced Ezili Freda?
Is she displaced?
Yes. Is Freda still around, or did daughter displace her?
They have now come together. I'll tell you what I'm talking about.
No, they used to hate each other.
They did. You right. You right. And I had an experience with it.
What's the question?
We got a whole, the Erzuli Danta and Erzuli Frida, they don't get along, 2 aspects. And they don't get along, the Haitian god Erzuli Frida. We built a room to Erzuli Frida, but I had a big picture with a woman with a big afro that I took from Ebony and drew. It was one of the last pictures I drew in 2001. It was a picture from Ebony in the 70s of Tamara Dotson. I changed her face up a little bit to make it mine. But it's an afro woman. And I took it and I put it in Erzuli's room. Frida. She kicked it off the wall. I said, oh well, the tape fell off or what have you. I taped the thing reinforced with some duct tape on the back and a wire, with the duct tape and a wire. Then I took it and took a nail and hammered it in the wall and put the thing on there. She pulled that thing right out of the wall. I see. Oh, I get it. This must remind you of, this must be the energy of Danta, Erzuli Danta, which is also called Marionette. So Erzuli Danta said, well, no, just take me and put a red ribbon outside in the back tree, in the tree for me, up until this year, because all these energies there's a truth. Everything in the heaven realms are now together. The angels, the demons, you see what I'm saying? The upper world, the underworld, the different, all that stuff is together now. There ain't no polarities or dualities. It's only man is the last thing. We are divided. Yeah. All that stuff is united. That's what these cosmos coming together. I put a dancer in the room this summer.
So now you mean that you have both of them in the same room?
In the same room, and they're getting along fine.
And they don't affect you?
No. Why? Because, see, you got to realize, you have to understand anything. Even if man is changing, nature is changing, the gods are also changing. And they are being separate from each other was based on certain cycles of certain energy. If those energies are changed, those gods are now changing. And the only reason why it's hard for you to understand it is because you're looking at the tradition. See, people's traditions make it hard for them to understand that these traditions are not meant for eternity. You see what I'm saying? What meant for eternity. So Yeah, they are together. And like I said, because I was in the middle of a war, a Apollo war, and a Yoruba war, and a Yoruba war, and stuff. You see, and I was in the middle of that, and they came together in 07. They came together in 07, and so all that stuff started merging. And I was literally in this particular war between the Apollos and the Yoruba. And the Yoruba was trying to kill my ass. But they couldn't, I was protected by the Apollos. But like I said yesterday, I was messing with a girl who initiated in Africa on the Ocean River, and her father was a Legba. At this time, a Legba and them, we was in this family fight. So we can be in these family fight. They would have affected me if I thought that I was subordinate to them. But they couldn't affect me because I said, my soul is just as old as yours, so we equal. We the same gods. So therefore, it was a standoff. They talk a little shit and get some annoyance on. They couldn't do nothing because I wasn't on the human level. You see, I was hanging out with the other crew. You see, so, but what happened was that the girl that I was trying to get with, her father was Legba, and Legba said, "You better not mess with that nigga right there. You mess with that nigga right there, it's gonna be hell to pay." You see, so she came over one night, and we started trying to get busy, and we got in the bed, and she said, it just ain't feeling right. I go, okay. Another time, so she came back that next week, and shoot, it was on. And the Legba got in there. He killed her son. She had a son. She had 3 boys. The oldest son, he killed her son. She had a nice Mercedes Benz. He took the Mercedes Benz. She had a nice business, a Caribbean restaurant. Took all that. Legba messed her up on that. So my point, but the difference was, she came in as a subordinate up under him. See, whenever you say, "I want you to be over me," then you got to do what they say. Because you are the one that said, "I want you to be over me," based on going through the initiation. You agreed to that. So if you agree to that, it means you got to do what they say. And when he told her, "You don't fuck with that, don't mess with that nigga right there, because we are at war."
Well, because you see, my girlfriend, daughter will come and push her out of the bed when the husband's at home. She falls off the bed for her to be on that bed. That's why nobody's saying that. No.
You know, I had a war like that too. When Ginger left, that was the sister I was with for 7 years. So I started, I said, well, I just went like a kid with a candy store. So I had these several women. And some of the women were Yemeni women, and some of the women were Oshun women. And they had a little tussle. When the Yemeni women would come through, Oshun would be messing with them. And when and they had these things, so the girl said, "Dang, I think Yemeni is kicking me in the side." She was an Oshun girl. You see, or they would have some of the other women I messing with call and stuff and all, and there's a fight going on between that type of thing. And they had that, but you got to realize there's 24 Oshuns, there's 24 Urzulis. So you're talking about something that's on the lower level that behave that way. But see, they have now rose to another. They're not the same beings that they were. They arose to a higher being. Now, what people is in the practitioner, the rituals that they're doing to them, they're still getting the effects of the old gods that rose up, because they're getting the effects of their residue. See, they left an energy behind, or a thought form, or a residue. Yes. And so when you tapping into the old traditions, you're getting the same stuff that you was getting when they were a part of those traditions, but they are now rose up to the higher level. That's why they're getting along.
So let me tell you something now. So how do people deal with those things now? How do people deal with them if some people don't know what you know? Because I'm here. Okay. I'll tell you. I can tell you the formula on what has to happen. The only person that you have to worry about is you.
Exactly.
So this is given to you so you can change, but you're not going to be able to help the ones, you see what I'm saying? You see, because right now, everybody's path is related to them. It's related to them. Everybody's path. That's why you can't even go to your family members about nothing conscious or whatever, because it's for you. And so you go to your family members with that, and they beat you over the head, and rightfully so, because that path wasn't for them. They will wake up later. This path is for you. But you know, we so arrogant. We done learned a new thing, and we want to go over there and I don't celebrate Christmas. I ain't gonna eat the ham or whatever type thing here, you know, y'all. And you beating them up, and you don't understand. That's not their path.
Right.
And what they do, they beat you down too. You be coming back here, man, you know, they didn't accept none of that. They thought I was crazy. No, this is for you. And you will find the ones on the path. So basically what you're supposed to do here is you have to take this particular information and manifest it and embellish it based on what you're doing, based on your path. But the other people, you see what I'm saying, if they haven't come to this realization for some reason, that's not their path yet.
Question.
Yeah.
Question. Well, so if they come to you, what if your family members come to you and they like, yo?
If they come to you, they will be the ones that come. They'll be ready.
Okay, and what about all these different spiritual stuff that you're telling me? Because I seen the tape you had all these different spiritual entities in your house.
Yeah.
Can everybody do that? Because you have Yoruba.
Yeah, you can do it. Everybody can do it. For the mere fact that you want to do it.
Okay.
Means that that's what you're supposed to do. Yes.
How do you go about it?
They got they got a girl here named Donna Mott. They got a DVD. You get that DVD and you take it care of. They got it all on the DVD. I think she spoke here.
Yeah, they have one out there as well.
Yeah. There's a DVD that she goes through everything what you need to do based on the altar. What's that one?
Yeah, I seen on one of your tapes you were saying that some of the gods from Egypt didn't really have their powers anymore because we weren't really embracing them.
No, what happened was this. Well, there's two ways to access them. Basically, they exist in you. They're your DNA, they're your cells. But the outward ones, what had happened was we had long periods of time when Egypt, when it fell, you know, no one on the planet was actually dealing with the ritualistic aspect to those particular gods. In order for those gods to get the energy, they must feed. And they must feed based on the energy that the practitioner is giving them. So since there was the tradition went around for almost 1,000 years, you see, let me know when you, since the tradition wasn't around for certain years, they existed, but the power of what they would have been if you had been in ancient Kemet would have been different. So they basically go dormant, but the ultimate thing here is these gods are nothing but the formulas of you. You see what I'm saying? The formulas of you. And all. So that's what that was about now. But there's nothing that's completely lost. You see, there's nothing that was completely lost. And what I was actually talking about when I said that was there is no system on the planet that is left complete, that's whole. All systems over the course of years, they deteriorate and we have fragments of those traditions. So there's no system left on the planet, you see what I'm saying, that's whole. Now the white boy got it. That's why shit worked for him. The white boy go say, look, first of all, ain't none of these systems I created. So I don't have to get into the traditional and cultural argument on being loyal to what little fragments we got. So what he does is he put all the fragments together. He called it chaos magic. But he puts all the traditions together and he utilizes them. So where...
We're going to take a break, Bobby, and then we come back?
Okay, what we're going to do, what we're going to do, and I just want to say this, and then he utilizes them and he gets the stuff to work. So where something was fragmented, he could put another piece from another culture in there and make the bridge together. So if you got to think of these things as formulas, you see what I'm saying, ultimately. Because what they ultimately are, what we ultimately are is energies. So we're going to take a break. I got the stimulus package,
How much?
I got the stimulus package and all, and I got the, like I said, with the checks. And we also have the
Give it up
tape
for
from
Bobby.
last
Put
week.
your hands together for Bobby Hemmitt. Put your hands together. But then add your own energy in there too.
Okay.
I had the inside of my door gold. I filled the check out in green magic marker and put it on that gold door with a Ganesha to open it away. And sure enough, and y'all brothers, most of them who know me, I'm not gonna tell you something that don't work. It worked, and I'm telling you, get them checks, all right? Don't come to me later, because I ain't carrying them. He was right here, and y'all was right here. He got them right there. So because everybody always asks me afterwards.
A lot of times things work in prosperity.
Yes.
And we be looking for monetary, and it works monetary. That's good when that comes, but there's prosperity things that comes.
Yep.
Somebody might give you something. Somebody might do this. You see, somebody might make a way for you to go someplace to get some money. So it works in different things, like a psychology.
One thing I can just say to you, honestly, to someone is kick ass. All right, it's a kick ass check. It worked.
Yeah.
All right.
And the good thing about this check is it wasn't nothing that I came up with. The angelic spirits actually sent us to a place to get the check. Then they sent us to a place to get a book that has the guardian angels in it to sign the check. You see, and then everything happened they came to us. You see, so that's how that whole thing went down. And basically what it is there's been all systems in the last 3 years has come together, and so the angels were like, well, hey, don't leave us out. You know, because we call netters in Egypt, we call angels, you know, and other things, and it's you know, it's just different names for the same God. So yeah.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna put Bobby back on, but one more thing is 2 or 3 people at a time. The food is ready now, so please don't pile up. At least 1 person, 2 people, then they come back, and 2 more go, make it nice and easy for everybody to get through and get what they want.
What is on the menu? So maybe one.
I don't know. Well, somebody will, when they send them back, we'll know, because I don't even really know.
Okay.
But I do know the sister have some good stuff. It should be out of LIU. And definitely the juices, all right? Okay, so we're just going to kick it right back off with Bobby. I don't know what you're getting into yet, Bobby. I can't wait to get home and watch yesterday's joint. I heard about that before I was opening. Got the key in the door coming up here. People, yo, did you hear? Did you see? I said, I'm going to see tonight.
So it's all good, yeah.
Yeah. All right, so everybody, give it up for the brother Bobby Hemmitt.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's a good question. What did we miss last night?
Oh,
I heard. I ain't gonna lie. My phone was blowing up. Facebook was blowing up.
6 hours, man.
Yeah.
This is the man right here. He's gonna tell you what you missed. Because we have the DVDs right here. So
Yeah.
Clemson Brown, yeah. But I was gonna say something. Yeah, don't forget to get the third eye rituals. These things work. Give me an example on how these things work. Let's say you got to go to court, or you got an appointment somewhere, and you need a certain amount of energy. You see, so this not only does this do things so you can probably see spiritually, but let's say you need a certain amount of energy. Well, if you do the third eye ritual, just recite it with a candle. In order for the third eye to work, the kundalini has to rise, and the melanin and all the fire has to rise up to the third eye. So that process alone gives you enough energy to deal with what you need to deal with when it comes to the, to the people. If you want to invoke certain gods, you call on the third eye. Then you might say, I want to talk to Ganesha. I want to talk to so-and-so. And this is how this works. So this is only $5, but these are real powerful. So, before you get out here tonight, get that too. Give me some questions right quick. Yeah, what's that?
I've been studying a lot of black history, especially out of the 1800s with black Americans. There's a thread that keeps repeating itself. There's a trend that many of our great people from over here was not accepted by the so-called upper class Caucasians, the South and in the North. A lot of them went over to Europe And you see in all of these stories with like Carver, Douglas, all of them sat at the feet of monarchs.
Right.
They all sat in the courts in France.
Yeah, right.
Then it was like they started taking tours and going to all of these different. They'll go to England. They'll go to the courts in France or whatnot, and they were being treated by the monarchy.
Right.
Now, when I do my Moorish history, and like you were touching on yesterday about the Moors being the progenitors to all of that information, even that way of living, that monarch class, do you have any information with that being tied in, especially saying that this race that got created in the Americas being a distinct race, are they being accepted by the parents who are these Europeans who basically set this up?
Outside of this country, we are still numero uno. They love us.
Oh yeah.
You see what I'm saying? They love us. You see what I'm saying? Because they know our history. So they know our history. And so so yes, most definitely. And it is up to this country to deceive the world about us. So let me give you an example. One of the worst portrayals of us in human history happened last year. And that was the movie Precious.
Oh my goodness. Absolutely disgusting.
It was one of the worst events in human history.
Yes, it was.
It happened last year. Now, we don't understand certain things. When they make those movies, they're not making those movies for us or for America to be deceived. You know black people with Mercedes-Benz. You know black lawyers. You know black doctors. You know this. So whenever you see this derogatory thing, it goes under the radar for you. Because you say, well, that's not realistic, because we know successful black people for the last 200 years. But what we don't understand, people in Germany, people in France, black people in Germany, black people in France, black people on the continent, they don't see you as the doctors and the lawyers and the most educated black people on the planet. They see you.
Whoever wants food, 2 more people can come out and get it if they want food.
They see you as precious. You see, and especially if you get that Tony Brothers thing on Precious, it's unbelievable. Everybody should watch that. But they see you as precious, and they see you as those pathetic characters. And because they gave Monique the Academy Award,
they solidified it.
Anytime you get the Academy Award, the world goes to see these movies. It solidifies it, but what it does, it brings more attention to the movies. So the entire planet saw Precious, these pathetic characters, and Monique. You see what I'm saying? And I told people, I said, I hate this motherfucker. I said about 2-3 years ago. And my girl said, hate is a strong word. But the Spirit was telling me what this ignorant nigga was going to do, and she's not even aware of it. She's going to win the Academy Award, but this stuff is going to go around the world. And so they use these things to just try to deceive the rest of the people who used to think highly of us, So yeah, so that's a form of warfare. It's the perception, or it is the image warfare, which is more powerful than just killing somebody, because the image, the stereotypes last for generations.
I just wanted to veggie back right on that, because not only does it when they put the Academy Award winning advertisement on top of the movie, does it make more people go to it? But then when you have a negative movie with negative portrayals about black folks with black stars in it, black notable stars already, it makes people think it has to be true. Otherwise, Monique wouldn't star in it.
Not only that. I met some black girls that came from England back in the late 90s. And they came to Atlanta. and they were very disappointed because we was taking them around to different clubs and different places. They were like, we don't want them old bougie niggas. You know, I said, no, these are just regular black people. And what they thought, what they saw on the hip hop videos,
They want that.
they thought that we lived that way all day. Like, let's say I get up in the morning and I'm jumping up on cars with naked women and things. They wanted to see that. And they were very disappointed when they didn't see that, when they saw upper mobile black people. And I was like, that's videos. The people on the videos don't, those videos, they don't act, we don't live like that.
But they walk up and down 125th Street every day looking for that. You feel me? That's why when the niggas walk by with the pants hanging down, the Europeans turn in unison and starts clicking away.
Yeah, but these were black. These were,
well, you know what?
These were two black girls from England.
Well, we seen something surprising yesterday, though. It was funny. Me and Sinetta.
Yeah.
A young guy, maybe about 22 years old, Caucasian. And when I say Caucasian, I mean so Caucasian it looked like he couldn't even come out early in the afternoon. He gotta wait till the sun dropped. Like he's still that light. He's pink. Pink like Harry Potter Caucasian. And he was going to jail and he was arrested by 3 white officers and 1 Spanish guy for smoking a joint. Half a joint too they arrested him with. Right there on between 7th and Lenox. Now the funny thing was, not just that the white dude was going to jail on 125th, because we were standing around. But the funny thing was his face. Because I study human nature. That's one of my favorite subjects. And his face told me the story that he just knew the one place that a white boy would not get arrested smoking weed at was on 125th. Because he watched them damn videos so much, he figured he knew he was good to smoke on 125th.
Yeah.
And if you looking at Saturday night, by the time he got arrested, it had to be about 50 joints lit up on 125th at a time, but they got him because you were out of place and you didn't belong there, and he came there with those preconceived notions. So that's one instance where it actually worked against him.
Yeah. So this whole thing has been going on since Marcus Garvey. They decided after Marcus Garvey brought that many Africans in the diaspora together, and they were all together, that they would make sure that we be separated from now on. And separated from now on. And they work for the last 80 years, they've been working towards that whole thing. Give me some questions.
I have so it's YouTube, right? With you and then with a lot of other people. But the thing that was on there that I'm concerned with is that they had someone named Yakub, or Yakub, who was supposed to have invented or created the Caucasian. Is there any fact?
Okay. The Yakub was just a mythology to tell about some genetic gene splicing that we did do. Now, the thing about it here is, what you're talking about here is not all Europeans, but it was a group of people, mainly some Egyptians, because the Egyptians say in the Hermetic text that our problem is we created another race of men. That's in the Hermetic text, Walter Scott's book, Hermetica. So we got more texts on the creation process than we do on the climate adaptability. Although the climate adaptability is true too. So you do have 2 aspects of history. You got climate adaptability, where some people got caught in the ice age, you see. And you got, right now, you can go in certain caves and you will see albino bats, based on being in darkness or whatever. So you got climate adaptability, which all the Diop and the Afrocentric people explain. Charles Spence. But we do have that. Now, as far as texts, Temple Walls of City One, the Hermetic text, they also talk about a gene splicing. So the Yakub thing, that's a mythology that they do to explain it when they talk about the grafting, but they do have evidence of that as far as what's called in the Hermetic text. in the book, in a text that never was translated into English in France called Abduction Extraordinaire. They talk about the European coming from certain ancient Egyptian texts. And so we got several texts, even texts, the Ashtra in India. And they talk about, we have a group of people where we have these races, and they are all nourished by the sun. Except one group of people who hide from the sun and are affected by the sun. You see, so they go into this, so we got those particular texts. So it's a combination of both.
So are they doing the same thing today when they make those calls?
Yeah. Well, now, yeah. Cloning now is reality. Majority of the food we eat here is cloned. Majority. It's clone food.
And the feed from the people.
Yeah, and so all of that.
So Yaakov is mystical? Mythical.
No, well, no. We did have some priests. It probably was in the period of Atlantis. Atlantis has two periods. It has a spiritual existence, semi-physical, then they have the physical existence. And they talk about gene splicing and stuff like that. Remember, technology, you go back in history, is very high and advanced, and then the technology falls. And so the people that come behind it think that they're on the cutting edge of technology. You just discovering things that was lost.
Right.
But like I said, the evidence on the temple walls of Seti I talk about the gene splicing and all that, and the Hermetic texts talk about that. So we do have two aspects of history, but we also have climate adaptability and stuff. So it's a variation of the two. Maybe the gene splicing might have been a smaller part of it, but it does exist.
But what about Mother Ninti and like Arishna Yao? Did they have a whole story on creating that other human being?
Who?
Mother Ninti and
where's that coming? What tradition?
I would think that's under the Sumerian text or the Anunima Elish.
No, worst thing you can do. That Anunima Elish is thousands of years old, and when they was talking about that, the white man didn't exist on the planet. They were talking about creating humans.
Right.
The Anunima Elish and we were talking about creating humans. Now people get the text. And because we don't have a time out here, that's the creation of the white man. I got a big argument about 5 years ago on the guy. Say, man, that text is the creation of humans with Tiamat. And that's so it predates the coming of the white man thousands of years, that text. And they were talking about, you see, because at first they talking about space, and then they talking about you see, so so the Anunima Elish is not based on creation of the white man. It's based on the creation of humans. Yeah. So it's on that particular level.
So the majority of black people here in the Western Hemisphere, then what you're saying, we are not human. Yeah, is that what you're saying?
As of now, based on the process that we have gone through, based on our DNA, we are closer to gods than the human.
That's right.
See, based on the process, the alchemical process that we went through. There's a story talk about the white man will come and get Shangaphan, an ancient person, and he will take him back to the white man's land and nurture him and nourish him. And we know what they nourishment is, putting you through all kind of hell. And then after he nourished him, this Shangaphan, this ancient person, will rise up and destroy the universe. Destroying of the universe is coming to a new reality. A new reality. You see what I'm saying? And so, based on our DNA, that's changing constantly. changing constantly. And we're in the latter half of it. It could be days off. Based on that, we are more on the God level than we are on the human level. The human level was the cocoon. So a caterpillar at first goes into a cocoon and comes out a butterfly. We're closer to the metamorphosis level. You see what I'm saying? We're on the cusp of it than we are the human level. That's why when you try to get back to do things what we've done, they fail for you. Because our DNA and our energy is not conducive with stuff that we've done. If it was to get back to be resurrected in Africa, we wouldn't have had to fall in the first place.
Exactly.
You see.
So what about a diet? What type of diet is we're
This thing, ultimately, this thing here ain't even talking about no diet. This thing is based on your DNA. It's like this. You was eating lollipops and annihilators and Funyuns, pork and all that. When you woke up one morning, and about 11 years old, and you found out you had some pubic hair down there. Or you found out your beard started growing in. This is what the DNA is like. We talking about a evolution to godhood. And it don't have nothing to do with what you eat or whatever kind of thing here.
Comes up, yeah.
Whatever. Let me tell you something. I got stuff happening to me on the spirit realm that's unbelievable. You see what I'm saying? But I had that damn lobster last night. That lobster, went to Junior's and it got two. Now ultimately, now I would suggest people, you know, diet is good for, you know, but this don't have nothing to do with that on this evolution.
Well, I don't diet, but try to balance, you know, eat a little bit of egg.
Yeah, you know, on this thing, we're talking about something that is the cutting edge based on the DNA. Based on the DNA.
Yeah, I want to ask a question, actually. Bobby, I'm like the only conscious person in my family, and I'm sure a lot of people here are. Is there anything that we can do specifically, like if we make our transition? Because I know if I died, they would just have a regular Christian funeral, talking about I went home to the Lord and all that bullshit. So is there anything specifically that we can start doing now?
Yeah, you need to write it. That's one, and you need to do two things. You need to write
to bypass all of that.
You need to write a will.
Yeah.
Specifying what you want to be done, or you need to get to an entrusted friend,
right? There you go,
and have them to do a ceremony for you. And you don't have to have your body or anything; just do a ceremony for you. And all, you know,
I mean,
like
I already told my brother that I want a closed casket because my parents, both of my parents, are deceased already. So I told my brother if anything happens to me, closed casket.
Yeah. But yes, but even on the other hand, you still need to have somebody that's conscious to do a ceremony for you to go to the other side. And it's a nice when you can do it. It only takes a few minutes. You will document this. Only thing you have to do is stand in a room. Imagine that person beside you. You imagine a doorway in a dark room of light. Then you call on Anubis. You can either call on Anubis as he's standing, you know, with the dog head, the jackal head, as he's standing as a god, or you can call on the Anubis, the one that looks like just in the full body of a dog. And either way, so the one that you call on, if you want to call on the one that's the dog head and the god's body, you tell the person, you said, grab hold of this dog's hand, or this God Anubis' hand, and let him lead you through the door. And you imagine them going through the doorway with him holding his hand. Or you can say, grab hold to this dog's leash and let the dog lead to the door. It's very simple. And imagine them going to the other side. While you imagining, you are creating a vision for them to see what you're doing. And you imagine them going to the other side, and it works every time.
What happens if someone doesn't do that? What happens if someone, you know?
Well, what it is, if you have a Christian thing, you go where all Christians go. You see what I'm saying? You go where all Christians go.
That's fucked up.
You know, and stuff. Where, you know, what was designed for that, whatever that burial tradition was designed, you go there. You go there. Usually when you go there, you come right back. You're going to be it's a reincarnation cycle. They go to hell for a little while, but they come right back down here to hell.
Bobby, I have a story. I'm just dying to get it out.
Go ahead.
But this happened, I can't even remember what happened, but I heard that something similar happened to you. I had hit my head. That's why I can't freaking remember when it happened. I think it was Sunday or Monday. But I went to bed. I was pissed off to the highest specific. And I got up like maybe about 4 o'clock. And I went to go to the bathroom. I was running to go to the bathroom. But the piss was coming down. And I slipped in my own piss. And I slid. And it felt like somebody pushed me. And it felt like I went flying. And I hit the freaking edge of the door. And I know I heard a crack. And I knocked myself out. And I had to have been out for a good while. What woke me up was my husband, was his snoring. It woke me up. And then, I finally went in and I was hysterical. I was like, oh my God, I freaking bust my, egg, letter. And he was like, you gotta be more careful. But, and I noticed it because I'm an avid hula hooper. And it's like, if I don't hula hoop for like a month or 2 weeks or whatever, I get a little off balance. Sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes. But I know my head was like big. It was like huge, like waterhead. And it went down, but then I got like this really big black eye. So that's why I was telling everybody he kicked my behind, but I just want everybody to know that it's not true. But I just thought that was like the strangest thing. I was like, what was that sign? Because I know you fell and busted your behind too.
No, I broke my neck, literally.
Yeah, but I thought
But I didn't know it and I went back to bed.
Oh, see, I was scared to go to sleep.
I went back to bed, so.
Okay.
And
so you broke your neck?
Yeah, I broke my neck. But I didn't know it and I went back to sleep. And the next morning, I had to figure out what happened. There wasn't no pain or nothing and stuff like that. I just remembered I was sleepwalking.
Hey.
And cracked my neck, broke my neck. But the only thing about it was I had died in the spring of 2001. And I was talking about that yesterday, about the people dying. Now, so the process is, you got two bodies. One body has a heartbeat that keeps the physical body running. But you have another heartbeat that's developed through your heart chakra. And it's the heartbeat of your soul. It's the heartbeat of your soul. All this is in a book called Kundalini, The Energy of Depths. The Energy of Depths by Lillian Silburn.
That heartbeat is there first before the physical heart.
Yeah, right. Yeah. It's the one that incarnates down. So once you become a certain level of consciousness, it starts to rotate. It's like a ship. So I could be, especially in 2000 when we really started doing it, I can run down, I can do all kind of work and don't get no heartbeat or nothing. But lay down in the bed and the heart about to jump out my body. So those heart palpitations is that other heart.
What started happening in 2000?
It's just my heart, the other heart started coming through. Because it was going to be the heart that when I died in my sleep in 2001, this heart took over. So I remained living.
How did you know that though?
Huh?
How did you know that?
Well, in this particular case, I got well, I knew about the two heartbeats. In this particular case, I had a nephew. Every time he see me, he would go, dead man, dead man, dead man. They was like, why you saying your uncle dead? He's a spirit. So he called me dead man all of 2000. Then one of the sisters.
How old is that nephew?
He's about 13 now. And so, and by the way, they've never had any kind of meat, any kind of sugar, any kind of anything. So, but I got a call from a sister. She was up here in, at that particular time, she was up here in Amityville, where she's from. She was in Atlanta and she moved back to go to nursing school at Columbia. She was at, so she was up here and she called and said, hey, apparently you died in your sleep, a couple of days ago or sometime in spring. So we, on that particular level. But I realized what was going on. It's called life and death. It's called life and death. And what it is one body takes over the other body.
I'm asking you this because in 2000, right after the towers, like in that October, I was moving for the first time from New York to Georgia. And the day I was supposed to leave, it was a Sunday. We already had our Greyhound tickets and all that. I had a stroke so bad, and my body shook so violently. They said I was out, physically flatlined for a few seconds too. My arms came out the shoulder sockets and everything. And then me just being me, when I finally came to, I was still in shock, so I didn't believe that I was in the hospital on that, because the night before I was partying hard, you know, drinking and everything. I told them to put my shoulders back in. They put them back in. I could move them. I wasn't that much in pain. You know, needless to say, I wound up getting out of there, getting dressed and moving.
Okay, what happened is this. You didn't hear them. You wasn't at the lecture last night. He got it. I talked about a group of dead people amongst us. And you are a living example of it. I gave my experience, and I gave several experiences of people. But when you died like that in flatline, that other spirit took over. And so, right now, you are one of the walking dead. Which means you can get shot, or you can get hit by a car, and you survive. And you don't know why. Because you've already passed from the person that is affected by the physical realm. And that other heartbeat sustain you. And then you become a Superman. So then certain things start happening where you can eat stuff, you can eat toxins, and it converts the toxins into fuel. You see?
Yeah.
You can convert, now what is supposed to happen to us is your DNA is supposed to develop into a protein. That's a new protein. It's a God protein. And once that protein develops, I start eating in August. Period. But I ain't losing no weight. Because the protein is what's nourishing me. You see. So, this is what happens to dead people. You see. So that's what was happening, what they did with Bruce Willis in Unbreakable. He didn't get no colds, he didn't do this and all that and stuff. Because the mystery here is he has already gone to the Osiris realm. You see. And whatever's running his body is running it from another dimension. His soul is running the body.
So this sister that just fell with her story, Bobby, does that mean that she is...
More than likely.
You know, I gotta be a dead behind because I've never had a cold or flu or anything like that in my life. I have no idea what it's
you stop having colds and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Is that the same thing that happened to the congresswoman who got shot in the head in Arizona?
Yeah, that's why they stopped calling her Gabrielle and calling her Gabby. Because they scared. You see. I can go back to that in a minute.
Just to touch on that Bruce Willis thing, that would be the same thing with the Sixth Sense, when he actually was a spirit.
No, he was actually dead in the Sixth Sense.
Yeah,
no,
it's a little different, right?
No, he was alive as one of these unbreakable people. They was talking a story of certain black people.
Okay.
Is that like in the Chronicles of Riddick? Those dead, the guys that are alive, they're dead. Necromancy, something like that.
It could be something like that, yeah. I got to go back and watch the movie again to see the concept and all. Yeah, so that's what that is. And more than likely, if you flatline and all this kind of thing here, and stuff, basically you died. You see what I'm saying? And then when you came back, your soul basically started running. See, most people's souls is dormant, it's sleeping. That's what the sleeping Buddha is about.
Right.
Most people's souls are dormant. Conscious people means that your soul has started to wake up. And your soul, when it's trying to learn about itself.
It's like a mummy.
Yeah, it's trying to learn about itself. Now that's why it is important that when you become conscious, and then all of a sudden you say, I'm through with this mess. I'm getting out of it. I want to go back to being dead.
You can't do it.
You know what will happen? You can do it physically and psychologically. What's going to happen is your soul will start to whip your ass. So what your soul will do, it'll create all stuff around you to fail.
Amen.
And it'll put your life in turmoil until you get back on it, because your soul is trying to develop itself to ultimately become God and come out of the body and become glorified. And now you want to come and just be another handkerchief head, nigga. And you know, and your soul is not going to have it after you, so you can't. It's an impossibility for you to forget it. You see what I'm saying? And if you just double back, your soul will whip you behind. It'll create all the things around you to get you back on track. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I just want to say, I think when you do that, the ancestors won't let you go either. Certain ancestors that you may have evoked or connected with or always been there, they won't let you go back.
Well, yeah, you would have that. You would have things like that too. It's just like when I was like I said, I walked away from the shoe deal. Already got. It wasn't like I was aspiring to be this thing. I had already got the shoe deal. I had already had the company. I had gonna fly to Italy 3 times a year to do the shoes and stuff. They were gonna they had already Ebony set up and Essence set up. Them Jews said we're gonna play that angle as the first black shoe designer. They was gonna play that angle while it was hot. See, when it's not a real big thing if so many people's done it before, but the first one is always good, and I was the first one. They'd already had black fashion designers, Jeffrey Banks, Willie Ware,
Stephen Burrows.
Yeah, but the shoe thing in the late 80s, I was gonna be the first, so the Jews were gonna make money off me. So when you're the first, you're already in. So I had already made it. It was all set up. And so now the first level of death was consciousness. That happened at 20, I think it's 27 or 28. I think it's, let's see, what year did Jimi Hendrix die?
Hold that thought.
26, okay. And so what happened was, I died. The only thing I could do is just to study this information. And that's the first death. You died, the old consciousness died. And so, and then about a year later, I was sitting about 2 years later, I'm sitting in the house and made all the deals, and I didn't even get back in touch with the man. They had all the deals and all the stuff was laid out. You know, so I asked, why did I walk away from $1 million deal that was already set? It wasn't like I was, trying to get in the door. No, they were like, yo, we got you. And then they told me, I said, well, wait a minute, I need to ask you this question. I don't have no money, so how am I going to make it with no money? And he said, well, look, first of all, I need to know something right now. He said, I'm going to go upstairs, because what he told me, he said, when I flew up to New York in 88, he said, you need to go back. He said, I'd like to go back to Atlanta and get some black investors. Get some black investors. And so he said, we're going to do that. So I flew back, and in 89, I lined up the black investors. So the first thing happened was with the black investors was, they was like, oh, that nigga lying. He don't know no Roger Bone. One of the guys used to fly to the trade shows because he had a store and he used to buy from Roger Bone. So they said, okay, we down with it. Because they didn't figure I was going to come through. You don't get niggas saying shit every day. So you say, okay, yeah, So I called him up with him and 2 other black investors. I called them up on a 3-way with Roger Bone. Roger Bowman said, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. I'm going to come down to Atlanta, we're going to have this meeting and all of this. So by the time of the meeting, he said one thing. He said, now, do you want me to come down to Atlanta, fly down and have the meeting 1 week with you and your boys, or I'm having a family reunion down in Atlanta the next week. He said, we Jews now. We don't even have no people down there. He said, but we like Atlanta, so we going to have the family reunion. We're going to fly from New York, and we're going to have the family reunion down in Atlanta. Down in Atlanta. So, what happened was, he said, when do you want me to come? And something the Spirit said, you better have him come on his family reunion. Came on his family reunion. I knew something was funny that day. Now, we got millions of dollars and stuff that we gonna get ready to get into. And I asked the main guy who knew Roger Bowman and who was one of the main guys in the fashion industry for about 20 years. I said, you need to come pick me up, because I was in my 20s. I was a college student. I didn't have no car or nothing. I said, you need to come pick me up. He started giving me this thing where, you know, now you're getting into big times. You got to have responsibility to get your own transportation. Oh, wait a minute. I just lined you up with a deal. but it didn't register first. I just said, okay, don't worry. I'll get a ride. Don't worry about that. So we go out to the Peachtree perimeter. I'm sitting in the place, and none of the doggone investors show up.
Oh, God.
So he was planning on ditching, because what happened was, when I came through with it, it was bigger than what they were bullshit, and so they got scared. They didn't. So a lot of people, they're a big fish in a small pond, and then when something else comes, they will level it because they don't want to think that they might fail, you know. So they didn't show up. So Roger came down and said, don't worry about it, man. We're going to start the meeting. Now this man, I met this man twice at the time, up in the penthouse in New York, and in Atlanta. Every time I ever saw this man, he had a glass of liquor in his hand. And so we started going through the meeting. So I said, so how you going to do this, man? He said, look, this is simple. This is how it lay out. Then I learned to lay out that Oprah and all the rest of them was on. Because I'm in the big time with the head Jews. He said, this is how it goes. We're going to give you some money. He said, what we're going to do is we're going to set up everything. And we're going to put the investors that I'm going to give you, they're going to make money off your name. And the people going to think it's your company. And you're going to get, they're going to invest in your company, and they're going to get all the money for 5 years. And you're going to get an expense account. An expense account. He said, and in that expense account, you know, we're going to set you up with the cars and the nice house and stuff that make people think that you got it.
An illusion.
Yeah. You see, that's what Oprah was on that. Until then, after so many years, her company went to Harpo after. But at first, you get on an expense account. You know, they say we're going to make it so that, you know, you're going to look like a designer. You're going to look like you live like. And they're going to make money for 5 years and get their money out. And then after 5 years, the company will go to you. So this is when Willie Smith dies. Remember Willie Ware? Yeah. All of a sudden, 5 years or something, he mysteriously died. Yeah. Patrick Kelly, 30-something. He mysteriously died. So what they do, if the company is valuable, they kill your ass. But with me, for some reason, the guy, he liked me. So he said, no, I'm going to make sure that you get your company. But the only thing about it with shoes and fashion, your shit might not even be in style 5 years from now. See what I'm saying? And you get a company that's the funk. So it's all kind of ifs and stuff. But you do, but if it works right, you can get a company and you can be successful like an Oprah. So this is what the deal is. He said, I'm going to go upstairs and I'm going to get $500,000 today from my family members. Today. I said, now what kind of people can go upstairs and get $500,000 with a bunch of drunk ass family members? I say, shoot, you better not go to a family reunion trying to get some money off a nigga, period. $5. He'd be like, yo, brother, what that $5 you owe me?
He want interest. He might ask you for $6 back.
Right. So he said, I'm gonna go upstairs and we're gonna start the ball rolling right now. That's how I was hooked up. He turned around and he said, I like you, man. Do you want to go back to Atlanta and line up some more black investors? He said, we got a store in Lenox Square Mall. We do all the stuff. And it's just and we're going to give you Ebony and Jet, and they're going to launch this shit in the black thing and the white thing. And because you're a novelty, white people going to buy in black people. You're going to be the new Tiger Woods. He said, I like you, man. do you want to go back and get some black investors? I said, I think I'm going to go back and get some black investors. I didn't, because he was going to put me in business right then. He said, now, if you don't get the black investor, don't matter. We got the money. He told me how this shit works. How this shit works. You see. So, then I start studying so much, and the next day I was sitting in a room a year later. I never heard from him again because I never contacted him again. In 1994, when Ginger had gone to the Native American mounds and they opened up her psychic ability and stuff, yeah, the psychic ability. When they opened up her psychic ability, what happened was I asked the spirits. I had the spirits. We want to get in on the conversation. When I asked the spirits, what happened to the shoe thing? The spirits say we had to work around the clock to get you out of that, to get you into this path of what you was born to do. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of times when you want to understand what the stuff in your brain that you think you want to do some stuff, it might be for vanity purposes, and the spirit wants you to do that energy for something else, and you can't find out why you keep failing and failing and failing. You see what I'm saying? That's because the spirit wants you to do one thing, and once you tap into that, it opens up. And you trying to do some other stuff for some vanity reasons. You see what I'm saying? Or trying to please some family member, a girlfriend or whatever, and that's what happens. What's that?
Who would be a good source to begin studying Palo Mayombe? Is there, should I go from mouth to ear?
No, you need to go from book. That's the problem. Because if you go, see, they got these niggas now with the Yoruba and all this shit. You go up in there now, you're going to have to spend damn near $10,000. Get a book. The spirit know that we're lazy and we don't want to study. And that's why they had these motherfuckers pimp your ass. They had a nigga in Atlanta last year. He came from down Memphis to Atlanta. They said, we're going to give you a woman. He got down there and the woman was so fine. He gave him $15,000 to be inducted into the Yoruba thing. Put the woman in the car. He drive out. He got to the state line of Tennessee and Atlanta, and them niggas came out with M16s and Mac 10s and all kind of stuff on his behind. Took the woman out the car, and he got on back $15,000 robbed. But see, that's it. You don't mess with nothing, no ear to mouth shit. Read.
Give me some
get Carlos. Get the one. Get two. Carlos Gardeno Montenegro's book. Palo Mayombe. Palo Mayombe. Carlos Gardeno Montenegro. So you gotta learn how to spell it, cause Carlos Gardeno Montenegro's book. Palo Mayombe, The Dark Side of Santeria. That's the first one. The other one, get Book on Palo. Book on Palo by what's the guy named Baba Raul Canizares. Baba Raul Canizares. And then start accessing the website. And then the first thing you want to do is you, because it's a new era, you want to go in there and learn the deities. And then you want to communicate with the deities yourself. And you can bypass being initiated in something and got to pay $5,000 this time and all that kind of thing. It's about studying. And plus, when you do it that way, you magically open yourself up for stuff that's going to work. You see, because it's a pimp game. And the majority of the people in Palo are Hispanic. So they really gonna pimp you because they don't have, they don't have no respect for you and your culture. And that's what happened. So it was a spiritual thing how this thing came out. Carlos Gardeno Montenegro was the first to translate The Secrets of Palo into a book. That's the book in 1990. And they went to war with him for 10 years. Trying to change rituals up and all this, but the spirit world wanted it to get out. And then in 2000, I picked it up and introduced it to that's one of them, Carlos Gardeno, Book on Palo. And I introduced it to I introduced it to the Afrocentric world. So that's how you do it and stuff, you know. You just study it yourself and then add your own elements in it and make it new stuff. And all. So, you know, so I'm into all of this stuff, but I never respected going on any kind of Bible hour or any kind of thing. You see, yeah.
Could you elaborate on maybe what you said? Just going to go back to that.
Okay.
Arizona,
yeah. She got shot in the head, and the bullet went clean through. That's an opening. So that's the reason why they knew. And so the concept is Gabriel, when the last trumpet blows, that's it. You see. Now you had an eclipse.
Right.
Yeah. It was the first one on the solstice since the 1600s. And at that time we was just coming into slavery. You see. Which rose up to God Kunsu, the moon deity. And the moon deity. So then you had then you had all these birds and stuff falling out on New Year's night. And they trying to explain it away. And then the next thing you got Birmingham, Alabama, never had snow on Christmas since they started recording. Columbia, South Carolina, never had snow on Christmas since they was recording. And Atlanta, last time they had snow on Christmas was 1882. And all of them got snow. You see. So then the next thing you know, some of that stuff they was inducing, but then the next thing you know, this girl gets shot in the head and lives, and 6 people die around her. Yeah. So, hold on. Put your hand down, because I'm kind of doing. I'm just trying to explain. That distracts me. I get. So, 6 people died, or whatever. How many? 6. And then a whole bunch of them got shot up. But she survived the most severe gunshot wound in the head.
Right.
And it passed. And they said it's miraculous how she's recovering. So obviously this is some angelic force, and her name. Then they look up and her name is Gabriel. But even in the book, the word when they talk about Gabriel, they say feminine. You see, so they are real upset about this because Gabriel started both not only Christianity but Islam. You see. But it rose up in Judaism, so the whole Judeo-Christian thing, you see what I'm saying, is a part of that. And we must understand, why would it be Gabriel and not Osiris or Tahuti? Because we live in a Christian nation.
Right.
These concepts of Egypt and all of those are new concepts. You see what I'm saying? This country is founded on a Christian nation. So it would be fitting that the Gabriel that would blow, because it's actually Tahuti, but it's actually Seshet. That's the feminine Tahuti, the wife of Tahuti. That Gabriel would blow, it would be Gabriel, and they know it. So by the time Barack Obama got up there, he started calling her Gabby, and now most of the news thing, they might say Gabriel, but they limit the amount of times they say Gabriel, and they call her Gabby. They don't want to keep saying Gabriel because they don't want to invoke what's already inevitable.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? You see. What's already inevitable. So they doing all this Gabby. But I just thought that it was just, the red flag went up when this man got on the podium at her memorial and called her Gabby. I don't give a damn how much you know him or whatever.
Memorial, you're supposed to say the full real name.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying? You wouldn't call nobody no Gabby.
Right.
But he had to set the tone.
Then he make her eyes open up?
Yeah, they said when he went to the hospital and after he left, her eyes open. So my point here is this is a major sign, because it's supposed to be, when the last trumpet blows, it's supposed to be Gabriel's trumpet.
And then the little girl, I'm going to cut you. The little girl that got killed was she was born on 9/11/2001. So she was the archetype of the whole 9/11 thing, she got killed.
Right.
And along with the other 5, and then like you said, Gabriel gets shot in the head.
Right.
To blow the trumpet. So, and then that's Tucson, two sons, you know.
And it's interesting because Arizona been hard on the Mexicans all year.
It's their land.
But why is it that the person that saved her life was a Mexican?
Intern.
Because if you didn't prop her head up the right way, she would have died. And stop the apply the pressure.
It takes somebody indigenous to the land to know what to do with those junctures like that.
So
their land.
That's it. Yeah.
This was a major porthole.
In Texas.
Don't look less of this that went down.
Yes.
That's because you think it's a white girl. So no, it's the same girl that was wanting John Lewis to be the head of the Democrats 2 days before. You see, so it's interesting stuff. Give me some questions.
What about the new 13th symbols? Zodiac sign. They're talking about.
That shit been out since 2000.
They think it's
the book came out. Now the book ain't anything that's what it is the government is promoting it.
Yeah.
What it is the mystery behind that is this.
Yeah.
They scared.
Oh, fear.
They figure they can buy time at the end of this year.
Okay.
If they can buy time at the end of next year, you see what I'm saying? They can make in some kind of way that they can prolong the 2012 thing.
Right.
You see, but they don't understand it ain't based on no dates.
Exactly.
This going on. This was a 2012 event. With the Gabrielle thing with the birds, with us speaking right now.
Yeah, it's already gone.
Fish.
Yeah, all of that. So what the deal here is that they can buy time with the 13th sign, which is, the book came out in 2004.
What's the name of the book?
The 13th Zodiac.
Okay, so Baba, I just want to make sure I got this right. You got Yoruba, you got Santeria, then you got Palo. All right, Yoruba, West Africa.
Yeah.
Santeria, Caribbean. Palo,
Congo, and a little bit of Western stuff mixed in.
Okay, so Palo is more original, and is that what you're saying we should embrace more?
You embrace what you want. It's all the same.
Got it. It's all the same. Yes.
Palo has a lot of power behind it because it wasn't used as much. Whereas you got 3 million white people in the continental United States is Yoruba.
Right.
Yep.
Not Santeria. Yoruba. 3 million white people.
Yep. Top dollar.
That ain't include Santeria. So by us not knowing about Palo, it was able to retain some of that energy. But now, because everything is rose up, not all of it is strong. So whatever it is, because using it now is only thing you're doing with these things now is you're only permeating and elevating your own energy. You are the conduit. So it don't matter what it is. Hell, if you knew the good Christian mysteries, like go get that book of Psalms. The magic of the book of Psalms. You can work some shit with the Bible.
So I am Palo.
Yeah, you Apollo.
Yeah, I
You see, right.
Got you.
Yeah, so yeah. But but the one that you have an affinity to, let's say you say, I just like Yoruba, but I don't know why. I just like Palo, that means the one you need to deal with. That's the one your soul is telling you, that it want to deal with based on some ancestral line, you know what I'm saying? Or you might have been a high priest in the Congo, you see, or something, wherever. So that's how that goes, yeah. This is
can you speak to like Moorish nationality and the whole sovereignty movement? Because I feel like
look.
Because I feel like it's metaphysical, right? So
no, that shit ain't metaphysical. What the fuck?
No, not that. No, not that. I'm saying like.
Look, let me tell you what's going on. Look, let me tell you something. Look, Noble Ali died in 1929. All right. In 1929, y'all don't say what the hell. See, that's the problem. We are into too much entertainment. We like shit to permeate our ego. You see what I'm saying? Now, hell, you might have damn near 100 Lord Science temples and none of them motherfuckers agree on shit.
That's right.
Shit changes from not state to state, but block to block. And then the leader died, what, 80 years ago? You see what I'm saying? So, let me give you some shit on this UCC stuff. Let me tell you something. And all this stuff here. Look. The nationality, where does it go under? The Moroccan Empire? You ever heard of this before?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Moroccan Empire? Now let me drop this thing down on you. When you sign all them goddamn papers to the Moroccan Empire as of 9/11 is a terrorist state. Now, they want a list of terrorist activity. When they arrested them 3 boys and they're supposed to be in Florida, Miami 7 or what have you, and then they actually sent them to jail, time up for the fucking Moors. Because when you sign up with the nationality now, you in the same shit with them 3 boys. See, let me tell you how this science goes. To make a terrorist organization, we must create terrorists, then arrest them, and once we arrest them, then the organizations go into a whole nother pile of groups. And now the Moorish Science Temple is now an official terrorist organization. So is the new Black Panther Party. You see what I'm saying? So now you're gonna run up with this nationality shit thinking, oh, I'm the Mr. White Man with all my guns and my bombs. I can shoot a bomb in your house and don't break a glass but kill your ass. And all of a sudden he gonna get scared because you got some pieces of damn paper. Use logic. He don't give a damn about nothing but a standing army.
That's right.
That's right.
That's right.
That's it.
You see what I'm saying?
That's right.
Or whether you got some real deal magic.
That's right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Real deal magic. Now I done went to war with them on the magic and survived. You see. And didn't have to even do nothing. They had my back. You see what I'm saying? Now let me explain something about the organization on how the energy and the metaphysics shit don't work. They got so many damn criminals in the organizations until there is no honor among thieves. And then the energy level, the energy is back off from that shit. These niggas getting over on each other. Niggas having you sign up papers, you give them $5,000, and they don't even submit their work.
Whoa.
You see. So all of that stuff, that ain't nothing but just jaw-jacking.
No, because what I was saying about the metaphysical is because, like, okay, if we're in this system and it's all going to fall anyway, it's all illusion, so why do I need to, like, you know, go sign some papers or something, like... If I'm a sovereign, I recognize that in myself.
It's a spiritual sovereign, but not no piece of paper. These goddamn niggas out on this street. These damn ragtag bunch. You see what I'm saying?
I agree with you.
Yeah. Don't let them niggas, they wasn't even into that 20 years ago. Now all of a sudden the nationality, all this stuff here and all, man, look, y'all run that shit that you want. Let me tell you something why you ask that question. Why? Because I'm different than most of them goddamn niggas on the street. Do you know I'm in different cities? So many cities each year. So I get to see shit that these niggas on this corner don't see. There is. Let me know you know.
Yeah, thank you, I appreciate it.
This is important.
It is, because it's like, it has you confused, and it's like, I want to be effective and practical, and I don't want to, like,
You
not
don't need
work.
to fuck with these niggas on there? I'm gonna be honest with you right now. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna be honest with you right now. Black people are the worst example to follow anything. We are the lowest, but it has to be that way. That's prophecy. You want to run from niggas every chance you get for anything. Now let me explain what's going on.
Break it down.
Come on. They got hundreds of more going to jail every month all over the country. Hundreds of them.
But why are they putting them in jail?
They put them in jail because they're signing all these damn documents and they're doing all this stuff. You see what I'm saying? And they got so much criminal activity that went on under the documents and all this stuff. And you understand what I'm saying? So whenever you confront it with it and you go to court, you see what I'm saying? It's no different than the doings of a criminal organization. And they locking them up. They're locking them up left and right. Don't sign nothing. And if you did, you can neutralize it. Say spirit neutralize. I didn't know. But get out of that, because when you sign in those things, you're signing up to a terrorist organization as of March 2009. Listen what I'm saying. When they arrested them boys, they tried to do it in the 70s with the El Rookins and the Blackstone Rangers. Jeff Ford. He signed the thing with Gaddafi. But we weren't into the conscious organizations yet, so it fell by the wayside. So they had to do it again. So they was already doing it when they got those boys. It's now an official terrorist organization. And they got all these, that new Black Panther Party and all them. Yeah. These are now official. You got to come out of these groups. I'm telling you.
It's about the redemption of your own soul.
Listen to no God but yourself. And the Spirit will tell you what you need. But these groups and all these Moorish motherfuckers and half these niggas is criminal motherfuckers coming up out of prison and stuff like that. They got you. The government designed this stuff. You know that UCC and all that paperwork? We was the first people who did it back in 1993. Before all y'all got it, we was the line, we was the test thing. And when we first got it, we had to go down to learn in Mississippi with the militia groups and the Ku Klux Klan. This thing was started by the United States government.
ATF.
Yeah.
Another quick question. Can you
Hold on, let me finish that. He did. Yeah. Let him roll with this before you jump on now something else. Finish that, brother.
Yeah, it was started by the United States government. This thing was all designed. It's to get you united under one single banner. And that banner start having cases of criminal activity. Meanwhile, you roll into 9/11 and they start creating laws.
Yes, they did.
Remember George Bush said we going after the terrorists, we're going to go after them with the money. He said that. So anything dealing with finances, dealing with money, and dealing with stuff, they get on lockdown. But as of March of 2009, when they sent them boys to prison, that's the end of that Moorish Science Temple. And I'm not talking about like what's going to happen in the future. I've been getting calls since 2002 of hundreds of Moors going to jail all over the country for signing all kind of documents and all that kind of. Stay out of that shit, because it can't be spiritual, because spirit know you greedy. You don't give a shit about nothing. You see what I'm saying? But greed. You wouldn't help them. You would, even if you got $1 million, you wouldn't help nobody. Most people, especially these niggas walk, because the ones that's in these ego-producing groups. You see what I'm saying? So that whole UCC, the sovereignty movement, that was started by the white man. You see? Come on. How do these people get sophisticated? These people, let me explain something. Let me show you about the organization. Blavatsky died in 1888. These people started writing books. They started writing books so much and documents and stuff until they got volumes of books under the Theosophical Society. That's because they do the work in the reach. Noble Drew Ali died with Circle 7 Quran, a fucking pamphlet. And that pamphlet is still in use from some shit, a pamphlet from damn 80 years ago. And you haven't done no work. Recently some books started coming out, but the books mostly coming out is on Noble Drew Ali and the historical aspect of him. But where's the Moorish science? You see,
Now, I was just asking, what's the need, what would be, because I'm studying Moorish history, like how you was talking about yesterday, the Moors in Spain, the Moors out of West Africa. So is that still credible? And because I'm tying in, when I'm studying stuff from hundreds of years ago, I'm able to tie into a lot of stuff that's going, that's how I understand 9/11, and now I understand how they set a lot of traps, so I know what not to do and what to do by studying our past. Because when I see the Moors, I see the whole Christendom versus the Moors versus the Corsairs. So I'm like, these are you know, and I'm seeing how slavery actually came out of the conquering of the Moors. So by seeing that, I'm like, I won't run into their system to try to identify myself, because I know that it's a war, and it's always been a war.
But studying Moorish history is a personal thing to understand what you were.
Of course.
You see what I'm saying? What you were in that particular aspect. But the Moors didn't study no fucking Moorish history. They studied the shit we talking about now on this advanced metaphysical stuff. They the one that brought the occult sciences to the West. So you're not studying Moorish science by studying Moorish history. That's personal. I went through that. You see what I'm saying? You know, but the point about it, to be stuck on that as a tool of somehow being valid as a liberation tool now, you know what I'm saying? It's just a feel good. I mean, you can't do nothing with it. Yes, you got to understand, and that's the first level. So we do that, but my point here is we always coin shit into a damn religion. And a religion is doing the same thing over and over again, and that's called insanity. The Moorish science, that's what I'm saying about what you call it right now. You study the history, but you say, what is the Moorish science? So when I tell a person to study King Arthur and the Round Table, that was brought to them by the Moors. And then the British tried to usurp it and say it was an actual history of their country. You see, but that came out of Hemmitt. So if you want to study Moorish history, you want to study the science, study King Arthur and the Round Table. You want to study the Moorish science, study Goetia, the Moorish seals, the greater key of Solomon, the lesser key of Solomon. You study Kabbalah, brought to Spain by Moses Dion. You study Kabbalah. You study the disciplines, not the history. The history is just a doorway to say, okay, we understand where this education comes from, but you study the disciplines. The Tarot was brought into Europe by the Moors. You see what I'm saying? Brought into Europe. The Kabbalistic system brought into Europe by the Moors. All the metaphysical disciplines was brought into Europe by the Moors. You see, that's Moorish science. Not Noble Drew Ali, and not the history. The history is one aspect. That's just a doorway to let you know, to identify the people who's about the science. None of them niggas won't even touch nothing that's dealing with Moorish science. You see what I'm saying? They saying Moorish science, and you giving me a fucking pamphlet. A pamphlet is a chapter in a damn book. And the word university means a consortium of books.
Yes.
You see. So my point here is, if you're going to do it, the occult movement was brought to the West by the Moors. Not the history. The Moors was not in Spain studying the history of themselves. Hey, look how I drink this tea. That's what you see. So that's what that's about. Yeah.
So just basically, what we're doing now is participating in the Moorish sciences. Those of us who study the occult.
That is the Moorish sciences. We didn't get nothing right tonight.
Yeah.
This stuff that we talking about was brought up by the Moors. So you do the Moors. If you want to be a Moor, you would study astrological, astronomical, metaphysical, any kind of thing that's dealing with the occult. They had. That's what they had.
No doubt.
So what they did was to how this was done. They had regular academia and the 7 liberal arts of education. That's the stuff you got now in the colleges, in the high schools, or what have you. They had that. But they also had, with the people that go through the basic education, liberal arts training, they went into the occult. You see, now the Europeans now do the model of that by, on a ceremonial level. They'll do it by fraternities, which don't teach you nothing, because they don't want the masses to know. But then they will have other occult things like the skull and bones or what have you, where they get into greater stuff and all and emulate the Moors or whatever type stuff. But if you go back to Spain, you did the several liberal arts and education, but they also studied the occult and all what it is, and that's more science. See, not some shit, but I'm sovereign because I got a piece of paper to say that I'm an asshole. Yeah.
Wrote that down.
Yeah, I just want to know the science of the man with the golden voice. What's the ritual behind that? I mean, it doesn't really make sense. And
Which one?
The man with the golden voice.
The man with the golden voice. What?
It's to distract your attention.
No, I'm just saying. I know, but when something doesn't really make sense, that's a ritual.
Some guy, I don't know.
The bum guy, they found
it is a remarkable. No, it makes sense.
When something doesn't really make sense to me, I know it's a ritual. Is that something that they're doing?
No, what it is remarkable to go up to a homeless person in the
That's right.
And this man start talking like the newscaster. The news is always looking for a great story.
Yeah, he was on one already before.
Yeah, and he said he fell prey to drugs and all that stuff. But my point is, it is kind of miraculous. You go up and you get this guy down and he goes 91.5. Oh shit! They just inducted him into a society of these newscasters thing.
Yeah, so they paid for his
now, because let me tell you why, I'm going to tell you why I say that. Okay, let me tell you why I say that. This guy is proof what the spirits told us. Why, if you notice, every time somebody asks me for something, I give it to them. And even white people now. I used to even get to white people. And guess what happened? Look, I'm going to go back to this part. And it's a good story why you're saying this. Let me tell you what it is. We start giving money. The more you give this money to these people, it don't matter. See, we always try to do the reason on what he's going to do with it. Right. That's not the thing. You're not giving the money based on what he's going to do. You're giving the money because you're training your heart to give.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so don't worry about what he's going to do with it.
Right.
Now, a little white girl, never seen this happen. Been seeing this for 20, 30 years. Black person come up and say, my car just ran out of gas and I need some money. I know it's big down there because we got mostly automobiles. My car just ran out of money. I just need about $7 to get you know, I got a guy gonna give me a gas can or whatever, and you give him the money. Then you come back the next day and you see the same guy, and he did it so much so he don't recognize you gave him money. My car, I said, damn man, your car broke down again? Or your car, seen black people do this shit for years. And every now and then I see occasional white guy. Saw a white girl. Now you know the white girl, she meth addict, she ain't got no teeth or whatever. Now this white girl looked like she came out of a college dormitory. And she was running this thing. Hell, she got $2 out of me. She got $2 out of another brother. And some black girls in the car was laughing at us. And I was saying, Joe, now I said, I know that this girl here is snowing us. I said, but I'm gonna give it to her. And then I'm gonna give it to her, and guess what happened? The black guy, he kind of noticed that there was 3 black girls in the car, they were laughing at our stupid ass. And what they thought. The black guy turned to me and said, if she's lying, we gonna be blessed.
Right.
If it's a lie, we gonna be blessed. You see, like that now. Now going back to this guy, he proves a point. Because I asked, first of all, why is it important to give these people? The Spirit says, them people there is asking for the money is the angels.
I heard that.
Elijah Muhammad said there'll be an angel on every corner. Theology of time. And the only thing I see on every corner is a damn bum. And when the guy came down and he started 91.4, and Linda turned to me, she said, that's the angel. And so what happens here is this here with the angel on every corner. what we found out is a system. It's an ecological system, it's an angelic system. What happened when these angels started coming back in 09? Said, don't leave us out. We was black. We got Ethiopian text, Akhenaten, the Ethiopian angel, and he's the father of the angels. So what happened was, because anything Hebrew, anything Islam, all that was black people shit. You see. Now, when the angels came back, we started giving to these people on the street. Angel on every corner. We started giving to the people on the street, and this is how the ecological system works. You want the angel to bless you, so you got to give to the angel, so the angel can create a force to bless you. Because they still have souls, and the soul knows in another realm. So when you give, you see what I'm saying? It's a prosperity thing. So I break off everybody, and they say, no, don't be political. The white boys ask you now, because I used to wouldn't give to white people. When the white boys ask you now, give to the white boys. You got to realize, I don't give a damn what kind of human, it's got to be a humbling spirit that you got to stand out there and beg people. That means that you done gone to a level that you can even create something outside of pride to do it. So therefore, you have surrendered.
Yes.
So as a result, we need to, whoever gives, you see, for whatever reason, he might have surrendered to crack, heroin, or what, I don't care. Give. You see, give. Now, the reason why I know there wasn't a time to give before, and see, the reason why they did this, now in 1994, every time, if I gave a person 50 cents, I would go in the store and be 50 cents short. If I gave a person $1, I would go in the store and be $1 short. They say, stop giving. But I'm like, well, why was it necessary to me to stop giving 15, 16 years ago? They say, because we're going to create a time when we say give, the money going to come. And we need to have the contrast between the times. And the time ain't not right yet because the angels ain't came back. Wow. You see, so that thing that happened, and it happened around the solstice with that guy, that's angel. That coincides with the Gabriel thing. And what is Gabriel? Voice, trumpet, Gabriel, sound. Yes. The angel, voice, golden, sound, Gabriel.
Right.
The woman, that's the spiritual ecology we talking about. Yeah. What's that?
I was in Bahia and down in, this was 93, and it was down in the area where you go to buy the stuff for the baths, Ogun and all that. And walking with a Brazilian, he said to me, never look down on anyone because you don't know who they were.
Right. Right. Or who they gonna be.
Or who they, at this time, who they were.
Right,
they were manifesting in a different energy.
Right, yeah.
But
now, did you hear about this thing in Indiana? You hear about this thing in Indiana?
No. Which one?
This girl actually ran out of gas. She went up to the gas station and she met a woman that bought gas for her and took her back to her car.
Okay.
She took her back to the car. The woman bought 2 scratch-offs.
Oh, yeah.
She reached in her pocket, because she was there to get the scratch-off from the gas station. She reached in her pocket and said, oh, by the way, I'm going to give you a scratch-off. And the woman scratched it off, didn't think nothing about it, and a couple of days later she won, what, $100,000?
Wow.
And so she was all on the radio trying to find this woman to give her. That was a damn angel. That's how this shit works. She said, I at least want to give you at least 10,000 or 20,000 for giving me the ticket, because her ticket didn't hit.
Right.
That was an angel. That's how this shit works. That's what this angelic stimulus package thing is about. It comes all kind of ways, but you got to put it together. But you got to start start analyzing things outside of your everyday life and say, is this a spiritual moment or is this a spiritual moment? And if you do it enough, then guess what? Every moment will be a spiritual moment. You will bring it around you.
Let me add to what you are saying. When I was coming to the United States, I don't know that to be on camera, please. When I was coming here in 1975, at the airport in Haiti, I met a white man, dressed in navy blue suit, whatever. And she told me, oh, you have nothing in your hand except your pocketbook. You have to carry that bag for me. I said to her, okay. She said, you are going to the United States. And I said, yes. She said, where are we getting off? I said, no. in the airport. Things that I could understand in English. Then we got on the plane. I carried the bag for her. It happened that when I got on the plane, the woman was sitting behind me. It was my first time taking the plane, so there was a lot of turbulence. Every time she'd be moving my chair, whenever, though she knew I didn't know why she was moving my chair sometimes, put my chair straight. Anyway, when we get to the airport, she said to me, "Where is your passport?" And I said to her, "Why?" She said to me, "How to see your passport? Is it how long am I going to stay here?" I said, "My visa almost near expired." She said to me, "Give me your passport. I'll take care of it." I said, "But what do you say to me? Don't worry about it." Then she started to speak French. Then she said to me, "Give me the passport." She gave it to me. He said, "No, I added some extension in your visa."
She did.
She did. So when I came, when my sister was looking for me at the airport and my aunt, so I introduced them to the woman. And they said to my sister, and she's very nice, she carried my bag for me. So I took her passport and I took care of it at the airport so you can take her home. So I was here, so my sister never asked the woman for a phone number and we never hear from her again. So everybody in my family had a green card. Every time that I tried to get my green card, nothing happened. So one night when I got so upset, I was very upset. And some white man came in a dream and told me, "I just came back from the immigration. Your papers were all the way down. I bring them up, they are calling you in next week." So when I woke up, I was telling my mom, my mom said, "We always have those funny dreams." I don't know. I don't know. Do you know? But I saw the person though. The person was carrying a cane, was walking with a cane, and was limping. The person passed me on the street and said to me, "Do you know I've been looking for you? I saw how upset you were. I just went to the immigration. I'm happy I met you here now. Your papers were all the way down. I want you to look for your papers. I put them up. Next week they are going to call you." Anyway, next week, the following week, my mother called me at work and said to me, "You received a paper for the immigration for your green card to go to Canada." So I went to Canada. I was late for all of my interviews, all of them. So when I reached the consulate, my people were talking. The woman is very nice. The man is not nice. So knowing that I have a lot of nerves, I said to God, I hope that it is the woman that I have, because if it is the man, I don't know what I'm going to tell that man if he asks me any stupid question that I don't know. And it happened that it was the woman who called me. So when she started to ask me questions, I said something I don't know. She said to me, "Come on, don't get upset. I'm going to give you the visa, I have to do my job to ask you the, okay, since you're upset, just stand up, raise your hand and swear, whatever." I did, and said to me, "Hurry up. They are closing the gate. I don't want you to come back." So I went to the window. I pay for that, whatever it was, and they closed the gate. So what was that? Was it an angel?
Yeah, well, it was. It was spirits around these people. You see what I'm saying? Making them do those particular things.
So the woman at the airport, when I was coming here, was she an angel? What was she?
That could have been. See, a lot of times when we talk about these angels, it could be forces that's around these people, or it could also be these people's energies, their souls activated to do a particular job. Yeah. So yeah.
I want to know what do we feed the deity Ochichi? I got two questions. The first, Ochochi. What do you give up to that deity?
He's a hunter. What you want to do? You need to get a book called a dictionary. The Encyclopedia of Spirits. Encyclopedia of Spirits. by Judika, Judika, Illis, Illis. Judika Illis. The Dictionary of Spirits. You want to get Encyclopedia of Spirits. You want to get that book. You want to get that book because in there she will have any deity that you want. And this is a black woman that wrote this. But she'll also tell you what to feed them and what they like and all that type of stuff and tell you how to go about it. It's a monumental book, yeah.
And the last one. Do you know the number that corresponds to the deity? Because when I did the research, it came up to 8. But 8 is traditionally a Batala, so I wasn't sure.
Well, he's up under a Batala too. It's like his avatar.
Okay.
Also, but that book will explain. There's a diagnosis on all these gods. She has the Egyptian gods. She has the African gods. She has all this, but she has gods in the book that normally wouldn't be in nothing but Botanicas. So, and the Europeans in the metaphysical thing, they won't talk about these particular deities. So she took every deity that you know of from every form of Candomblé, Apollo, all that, and she put it in that book. So that's the book you need, the Dictionary, the Encyclopedia of Spirits by Judika Illis. It is a monumental work, about 600 pages.
I just wanted to mention, I don't know if you're aware that the last Million Man March in Washington, just at the end of it, the closing, Minister Farrakhan had suggested to the crowd, to people in attendance, to join some organization.
Scientology.
I don't know if anybody has said
Scientology.
Yeah, he said, I recommend to,
he did worse than that. He told them in August. He told them in August. He said, if you don't go and get audited is what they do to go and get in this, the organization. You go get audited. He said, if you don't go get audited, the entire Nation of Islam, we love you, and we've had fun with you, but bye. You got to go. In the entire Nation of Islam, they have for so long, and they have now been audited by Scientology.
Oh, that's crazy.
You see by Scientology. So no, that's the real deal. You can go right on Scientology and Farrakhan or Scientology and Nation of Islam and hear the speech.
What is it all about? What is it all about?
What they do is they give you, it's almost like a semi what you call it, a hypnotism, where they go in and it's supposed to be helping you, and there's so many kind of words. It does help a lot of people, because you guys realize now L. Ron Hubbard came out of Crawley's in them group, and they was dealing with the whole Egyptian thing and all. So, but what it does, but believe me, I don't think that white people got our interest in mind. But what you do is you go in and they start bringing up stuff from childhood, but they got to know your entire family and your background, and they start bringing this stuff up, and it's supposedly a clearing of what they, and it's supposed to be one of those types of things. But my thing here is okay, everybody go get this. Him and Al Sharpton went down in May. Farrakhan and Al Sharpton went down to Florida in April or May to get it done. And so what it is this though. But my point here is, he's saying now that he's actually training people in the nation to become auditors. Now I know organizations. There's no organization that's going to audit you or whatever and do this thing in your service and then give you the skills to audit people. If you're given skills to audit people, it means that you are a part of that organization. Now just deductive reasoning. There ain't no organization going to give you their knowledge of what they do. Of what they do. You see what I'm saying? You see, so if they are turning them into auditors, it means that, in so many words, he handed organization over to Scientology.
That's right. That's compromise.
You see, over two sides.
Beyond compromise.
Yes, beyond compromise. You know, it's shit. That's a takeover. Yeah.
That's a takeover. Those are new inquisitors in training right there.
Yeah.
The black ones this time though.
Yeah. What's that, brother?
I was going to ask you about, because you just mentioned Scientology and everything.
Yeah.
I don't know too much about it. I just know that a couple times that I met people that was into it.
Yeah.
And they were trying to bring me into it.
Right.
And the things that they do to bring you in, like when they give you a test or something.
Yeah.
They call it a stress test.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But when I took the test, it was like after I took it, they didn't really want to deal with me no more.
If you had a certain amount of money, they would have taken you in. It's a rich man's organization.
Quality of membership.
And so one of the guys that did a tape from Syracuse said, well, if Farrakhan is doing that, tell Farrakhan, why don't he pay the bill for them to be audited? You got, but you have to pay your own bill. But that's just the first level. To continue in the organization, you got to have money. You got to have money. So the deal here is probably, in order to do it, although they audit these people that don't have no money, but obviously Farrakhan has to get a percentage of everybody that he gets audited, and that's how they're able to deal with him, because it's about money. You know, you got Jamie Foxx, Will Smith, Forrest Whitaker, Isaac Hayes, you see,
Travolta.
Huh?
Travolta.
Yeah, Travolta.
Yeah, Travolta. I'm just talking about the black guy, you know. You know, Tom Cruise is damn near the spokesman. Yeah, what's that?
Along the same lines, like with Madonna, because I started studying Kabbalah at the Kabbalah Center International. Do you have any about that? Because you mentioned Moses de Leon, and they talk about like their pedigree and why they're eligible to teach Kabbalah to the masses. But it seems like money game too sometimes.
Yeah, because they got about 30 Kabbalahs published at one time, and ultimately it's a spiritual system. Ultimately, it's gonna go on your interpretation. So why fuck with them?
Exactly.
You see? Yeah, you can get the initial thing in the course, let's say, and how long you been with them?
Well, I started studying there in 2006.
Okay, and
it comes and goes.
You pass overdue now.
Yeah.
And stuff, you see what I'm saying? Because it's your own interpretation. A lot of this stuff is money-making things. Like I said, if you can read, you see what I'm saying?
Common sense.
But I'm teaching you now, and I ain't nobody taught me nothing. Because I don't have that much faith in humans. You see what I'm saying? Other than to give me the initial stuff, you see? You know, the initial stuff, you see? So yeah, and that's just one aspect of it. They don't teach magical Kabbalah there.
They don't.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so my point here is that's the stuff that works.
Right.
You see? Yeah.
Okay.
Al Gore, you are a
I wanted to find out about, you were talking about the moral science and everything.
Yeah.
And what is this thing about diversity?
Hello, yoo-hoo. You got a lecture going on.
What is this thing about the value of the birth certificates and stocks and mutual bonds and all of that stuff? Do you know anything, or can you speak on that? Or, because that's a big purveyor in, getting all your papers signed.
Oh, that's the UCC.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of that, yeah.
Yeah, could you just speak on that?
Yeah, okay, the UCC, white people have been doing it for years. But they brought it to us in the early 90s to trap us. You see, to trap us. When we started getting
What is the meaning of UCC?
Uniform Commercial Code or something.
Right, that's it.
And they say that basically your name is being used in all uppercase letters and you are a straw man, but you are a business.
Right.
And your birth certificate is a business. You're not a human, you are a business.
Yeah. Corporation.
A corporation and all this type of things. And you got to get back your corporation and all this stuff here. The only problem here is it don't register for us ultimately because we are not United States citizens.
Right.
There was never a ceremony ratified, put together to ratify that.
Right.
So we're not citizens. So ultimately, it don't work. And so what happened was, with the people in Atlanta, I'm gonna give you two histories on this thing.
Okay.
People in Atlanta, we started in the 93, and we worked it all the way up to like 97. and they was winning all these court cases, and they would just keep postponing the court cases until the judges got help to understand what was going on. But the ultimate thing is the reason why everybody ended up losing is because they came and said, this can't work for you because you're not citizens of the United States government. So that's the extreme part. Okay, then but that was in the 90s. The 2000 versions was, they started giving out money, they started doing all kind of things with people. And then, so they let people go through the process, and then they stepped to people and said, you tried to defraud the United States government, or you tried to defraud the IRS. And then they started sending whole churches to prison. And they got these government agents with the preachers or whatever type things, you see, and all. Don't sign nothing. I know what I'm talking about, and it comes up again. That's the Spirit telling you, don't sign nothing. So all these people talking about do your paperwork, guess what? They don't submit their paperwork. They charge you $5,000, but they don't submit their paperwork with all this stuff. It's a scam.
So even the energy behind the birth certificate, if you go look it up and everything, and you put your number in, and you see the value of it, and what is all of that about?
It's just,
it's a game?
It's a game. What it is basically all of birth certificates are owned by the Queen of England in England.
Right.
And all this type of stuff. My point here is, all of that is a distraction.
Okay.
It ain't got nothing to do with spirit.
Okay.
You see, it's a distraction. Now, the birth certificate could be important based on divination because it's based on when you incarnate.
Yes.
So
that's understood.
So you know, you might change your name to Muhammad this or something that and stuff, but your birth certificate name is the most spiritual because that's the one you whispered in your parents' ear to give you. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
And that's the one you incarnate under, so it got a lot of energy to it.
Yes.
You see, it's got a lot of energy to it. You know, some of the worst thing on the planet is nicknames.
Okay.
Niggas named Pig and Cooler Timberland. Dog, nicknames. Because names have energy. So a nigga named Timberland, name yourself after some shoe or Brogan. Somebody gonna walk all over you.
Right.
Brother, I don't mean to take you off the subject, but it's interesting what you just said about nicknames.
Yeah.
You know, I was reading a book some time ago, and it was talking about how Nick is another name for the devil, or another way
Well,
to say
but that's the name of the devil. We all need to get nicknames. The devil is where it's at. That's the rebel.
And so that
yeah, right. So that whole thing there is based on a religious concept because there is no such thing as the devil.
Exactly.
Never was.
Spell it in reverse, it means live.
Yeah, that's what that is. You know, there's no such thing as the devil. You see what I'm saying? The devil is nothing but a polarity of God. You can't have God without the polarity. It's the yin and yang symbol. And that's what makes things work. So the devil is divine.
And along the same lines of the names, because I believe that there's power in the names that you're given as well. There's validity in changing it to what you feel. But I was doing research on surnames because everyone's like, oh, black people's names are all slave names. And that's just not true. I was doing research and it was like, a lot of the names, like my last name is Brown, so my family could have, when they were freed or whatever, gave themselves the name Brown, because they gave themselves noble names.
85% of the English language is Egyptian. Right. Go get Gerald Massey's Book of the Beginning, Volume 1. 85% of the English language is Egyptian. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, these names, they've already tracked it back because you got your Celtic Druids, which was a branch of Egyptians. Wow. So all of that type of thing, you see, you know, they couldn't even speak. Who the hell you think taught them how to speak coming out of the caves? And they come up with beautiful languages. Damn Greek language is beautiful. Why? Because it was created in Egypt. You see, they couldn't do it. They couldn't put together that.
Yeah, they didn't even have a Greece. They were just warring tribes at the time.
Right. So a lot of that stuff there, you see, a lot of that stuff there, you know, like I said again, you know, we not being a studied people, you see, you can tell them anything, you know what I'm saying, like that. Hell, Muhammad is more a slave name than the British thing. Why? Cause shit. They started the slave trade. Right. And still doing it.
Yeah.
You see? You see? Now I'm quite sure that was I'm saying it was originally an African dialect. Because that whole Arabia was, look, I went to go see the Saudi Arabia expedition in 1989. And I was in there scratching my head. I'm still trying to find Saudi Arabia. And the guy looked at me, he said, I know why you're perplexed. Do you know that 85% of Saudi Arabia is blue-black? And that was in 1989. And I saw it for myself. I thought I was in the West African exhibit, and it was the Saudi Arabian. So we know that those names originally were black. You see, but I'm saying if you're gonna make claim about slave master, about based on what somebody did, hell, the Arabs is the worst. You see what I'm saying? You know, you see, and as long as Mauritania and all the other places, they still got slavery, and they still a slave master. You look at those things like that, yeah. What's that?
Yeah, does sigil magic work?
Yeah. Yeah, it works. What? That's why now you get a book called.
That's working left and right.
If you get a book called Urban Primitive, they bear witness to something I knew years ago. The sigils is the different designs in the markets. They call them bebes or whatever in voodoo. They call them signatures in Palo. You see what I'm saying? They mark you on the face in Africa. And all those are sigils of spiritual things to bring down spiritual energy. Guess what else is a sigil? The graffiti. And so they got a book called Urban Primitive. And then they got the graffiti up in there. It's just now, graffiti now is mostly done by white folks. And in Europe, they got whole art exhibits with graffiti and stuff like that, yeah. So, yeah, but sigil magic, yeah, it works, yeah, because that, you know, it's no different than the seals and stuff that you see in the ancient stuff. You see, it's this stuff to bring down certain energies, and certain energies or bind certain energies. Bind certain energies. So yeah, that stuff works. There's a book called Basic Sigil Magic by Philip Cooper. Yeah, Philip Cooper's a real good one. And he has like I said, one of the best books on magic, but it's out of print. And I often don't understand why a book that came out in the 90s is out of print for most of the 2000s. And it was the best one of the best ones is called The Magician.
The Magician?
The Magician, Studies in Effective Magic by Philip Cooper, off the chain. Because it starts with you unloading your blueprint or the stuff that you've been taught as a child that's wrong information. So what happens is the mind receives information. Then what the mind does, it processes that information and then it acts upon the information in your life. So your world is created based on the information in your life. If the mind receives the wrong information, it will produce the wrong world. Wow. Yeah. But when the right information comes, it will reject the right information. So what you have to do is you have to talk to your spirit and tell your spirit, you know, I have received inadequate information, and can you release this inadequate information so that I can learn newer things. So that's the reason why your family members and all the people that's dead have problems getting with this and stuff. You see what I'm saying? Because they still are holding the blueprint of wrong information. And the mind will reject right information. It's just like a bum. If you give him some water and he go, oh, alcohol, oh, what the hell is that? It's water. Because he's trained his body, you see what I'm saying? You see, so that's what that's about. It's the same thing when you get the right information. That's why you have problems grappling with this stuff. And concept I'm trying to figure out, You see, like that. Yeah, what's that?
But that also ties into physics. I mean, two things can't occupy the same space at the same time.
Thing, right. But the book, the magic book, I want to say the book, the magic, he goes into eliminating that blueprint. He tells you all about that. Certain information you was given by your preachers, your teachers, your parents. And once he goes into that chapter, then he starts going into the magic to reverse it. It's called The Magician. Studies in Effective Magic by Philip Cooper. But it's out of print. You can get them on the internet, you know, you have to look, but it's worth having.
So is that like
that's
law
the
of
one
attraction?
to start with.
Is that like law of attraction?
It's in that particular aspect too. All that come out of things. All of the magic, the laws of attraction comes from the Kabbalion. And the Kabbalion comes out of Hermetic texts out of Egypt. Okay. So only thing the people from the laws of attraction did is they took the sixth, which one? The laws of attraction is one of the. It's one of those 7 Hermetic laws.
Yeah, but they say that's the most powerful one.
No, it ain't the most powerful. It can't be. If laws, out of one law and stuff like that, that's how they got people trapped. And that's why even default Trump say. So this whole thing of law of attraction now is people trying to get money.
I was just about to say, it's the most powerful for people that's greedy.
Yeah, but what is that going to do about your soul?
Right.
They're not feeding it.
You see, but there's 7 Hermetic laws.
Right.
So how the hell you gonna take one out?
Right.
And it's supposed to be, you know, no. So what it is you got to get the Kabbalion, which is the Hermetic law. And if you get the Doreen Virtue book on the Kabbalion, she got the Kabbalion on CD in the book. And stuff. Doreen Virtue book on the Kabbalion and all, yeah.
Yes, if people can just grasp the idea that everything happens twice, first in thought, and then it manifests, they would realize how powerful they are and choose how they think and what they feed the mind very, very carefully.
Yes.
Everything happens twice. Even this building that we're in right now, once in somebody, and then it was manifested.
Right, yeah. And so that book goes into all that, but there's another book called what's the name of the book? It's a book talking about these are the other 7 Hermetic laws. But get the Kabbalion. That's where they got it from. They accessed one and came with this secret. Right. The reason why it's a secret because they're getting one of the 7. You see what I'm saying? Like that, yeah.
Yes, you know, in one of your DVDs, you said that one Bridget come from Ireland. Is she a white woman?
Who? Bridget?
Yeah.
The Irish origins is black.
Exactly.
The Irish origins is black. They call them the Negroes of Europe. You see what I'm saying? The Irish origins is black. You get a movie called Secrets of Rowan-ish. And it's the Secrets of Rowan-ish. And in that movie, they talk about how the Ireland people came from these dark, dark seals. You see, they're talking about black people. You see, it was probably inhabited by the Egyptians because your boy, when St. Patrick's is credited for running all the snakes out of Ireland. Yeah. That's mythology. You can't run the snakes out. That's like saying running all the grass out of Ireland. He was talking about the snake people, the serpent people, the Egyptians, the Camites. And all the Camites. So Bridget, she came from Ireland. And probably and she's incorporated into the voodoo ceremonies. It was probably somebody who was over there that was during the time when they had slavery. Maybe one of the gods of one of the slave masters, because Bridget not only is in Ireland, she becomes throughout Europe. So it might have not been an Irish person, but Bridget was big throughout, and so they incorporated that and all. Based on the spirit, they understand that all these gods ultimately was of us. So it could be. To be a god, you got to be of the original origin. So therefore, Bridget would suffice. Yeah.
You finished touching on the Olmecs?
Yeah. I think you got here late.
Nah, I was here all the time.
Okay.
I just didn't know if you covered all of what you was.
What I was saying was that ultimately they were the Orishas.
Okay. Right. So is there a way to begin to divine and evoke anything from the Olmecs?
Yeah, you can do it through the Orishas.
It's a lot of
As a matter of fact, what you can do is you should ask the Orishas to reveal more knowledge of the Olmecs.
Exactly.
And that's how this thing comes. So you can actually have them say, I need a transmission to give me some of the history on this stuff that we're not getting.
Are you familiar with the brother Horace Butler, When Rocks Cry Out?
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Excellent
he's tying in.
Yeah, excellent book. When Rocks Cry Out. Somebody sent it to me in the mail.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Horace Butler, when Rocks Cry Out. Horace Butler. Excellent book.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Bobby, can you speak a little on what happens to us as a people? This economy, according to most people,
Okay,
is over.
okay, right. This economy is gone. So what they're suggesting to white people is to train yourself to live without or live on a limited basis. Well, if the script is flipped, we're on top because we the masters of it. So, what they're trying to tell white people to do, the spoiled by the fatted calf,
Get ready to be on the bottom.
is to try to acclimate yourself to not having cash every time you want it. You see what I'm saying? And even when it comes down to credit. Now let me give you an example of what I mean by that. When I go to cash some money orders, you know, if I go to cash some money orders, and I might have $300 worth of money orders, and they postal money orders. And I go to the white post office, they be like, we don't have it. I already know what to do, because white people deal with credit cards. So they might not have it in the drawer but a certain time. But I can go to the West End, the black neighborhood, which they only deal with cash, and they loaded. You want 1,000? This much? That much? I already know. So that meant that the people has learned how to deal without credit. You see what I'm saying? So I go to Greenbrier, they call it Black Briar Mall. 90% of the time, they might, if you went in there every day with $1,000 money order, they gonna have it. Because the culture don't deal that much with credit. Whereas we go up in Buckhead or we go in the Ritzy part, they might go, I don't have it. Because everybody deals with credit cards. And this is a good one too. Y'all gotta do this. Anybody got bad credit? Most people got bad credit. Anybody don't have credit cards? You know, just go to a Walmart. This is the thing. Go to a Walmart and get a pay-as-you-go. A pay-as-you-go. What you do is you get this card and you put money on it. Yeah, it's called a money card. Walmart money card. And you put money on it because the culture is designed to be set up with credit. So you can't rent no cars. You can't get in the hotel. You see what I'm saying? You can't do things. But if you got the card that's got it on it, it accepts all that because it's a Visa. So it's an actual credit card.
So you can use it anywhere.
You can use it anywhere, but you got to put the money on it. But you put the money on it to use it for stuff that only takes credit cards, and that's a smart way to go. Because the first thing that you want to hook up some cable, they'll go, you got a credit card? And if you say no, they say, no, we don't hook up cable without a credit card. So if you got one of these, you see, you give them the PIN number, bam. You see, like that. So these are good to get the money cards and stuff like that, you know. And all, you know, and that's the way you do it. Because we got here the other night, and the hotel was paid for, but it was like, no, it's got to, I know you paid for it or whatever, but it's got to be accessed through a credit card. And I said, shit, I had $15 on the credit card. They took 10. But now, so when I'm flying out, so I called in, I said, you better put another, I got 5 on there, but it's going to be 25 to fly back. Because when they check the bags, now they charge you checking the bags. And so if you got the credit card, if you're playing cash, it's going to tell you, well, you got to go inside. You got to stand on the big ass long line. But if you got the credit card, you can do it right there at the Sky Cap. You see, so I tell her to put 25, I said put 20 on, she said I'll put 30 just in case. Because New York might be higher. Water for the bags. You see what I'm saying? So they charge you to check your own bags, but you still need a credit card. Yeah, you can go in and pay the cash. You might have to stand on a long line. So that's how that whole thing goes, yeah.
How long does it take before it charge up?
write it right there.
No, what you do is you buy the card, you put some money on it, and then it charges up right then, but then you have to call a number on the back and report it to activate it.
Gotcha.
So as soon as you call the number and it's 24 hours, it's activated. And you could also call a number to find out how much money you got on the card. You know, like that. No, you know. Well, most of us know what we got on. You ain't gonna put $25, $30 in shit anyway.
You think that's
No. The martial, all that stuff, the martial law and all that stuff is scare tactics.
Exactly.
To keep you distracted. We supposed to be according to them, we supposed to be in martial law in the early 90s.
That's right.
The King Alfred plan was given to us by the government to create this thing, and it's all based on distraction. If you think the white man could have did it, he would have done it by now. You damn right. He can't do it. He can't do it because it will wake up too many people. You see what I'm saying? And Farrakhan had that right. He said, if your slave went to war with you, he said your slave will win. And I said, that nigga crazy. But he was right. They know it. We got latent powers in us that automatically come online and kill up everything just to survive. So they have to separate us, and you see what I'm saying, and keep us on lockdown, but not necessarily openly announce the day of battle, because it'd be over for them. So they would never do the martial law thing.
But what power? That was feeling powers. I don't feel any powers.
They dormant. But if you get shocked into it, it might open up. You might go out there and get hit by a car, and you might open up something. You see? You know.
So many of these rituals are to open those dormant powers.
Yeah, it's happening. It's going to happen regardless. There's the rituals was the stuff we needed to do the shortcut because we had so many years to be down here. Now this stuff is happening. You see what I'm saying? As you sleep, providing you get enough sleep, providing you get enough water.
Right.
Because the key is sleep deprivation. Number one killer in the United States is sleep deprivation and dehydration.
Right.
So if you can get enough water or get enough sleep, you see what I'm saying? It's going to happen anyway because we are in that season and stuff. It's just on the cuffs. We're like minutes away from it happening. You see, give me some questions.
How is the second son helping us?
The second son is actually inside of you. That's called a petty universe. It's a holographic universe. It doesn't even exist. It's all the stuff exists in you. You projecting that. So the second son is your third eye and your pineal gland and all that opening. But all this thing, you know, the second, all this stuff out here is nothing. That's why you ain't never had none of them people come and visit you. You see what I'm saying? See, my point here is we are the aliens.
Exactly.
Right. Now what civilization gonna come 8 light years away to come to visit the non-original people of the planet? See what I'm saying? We are the aliens. You see, so whenever all this stuff they're preparing for us. You say, well, I'm not an alien. You know, the stuff on the inside of you is the alien.
Right.
And it's getting ready to rise up, and that's the invasion they're talking about.
And that's what they've been, using to make cosmetics and things not for the Caucasians.
Yeah, all that, that's old stuff. They've been doing that since the 1940s.
About 10 years now.
What?
They've been using the melanin for that.
Oh, yeah, been longer than that. Yeah, But I'm just trying to say, all this alien stuff they talking about is to get you to get scared of your own self and your own powers. You see, to get you to, get scared of your own powers. Yeah.
Bobby, yesterday I'm trying to make sense of my notes here. You were talking about healing illnesses, and there was a ritual done on the 3rd day. Or do you remember what you?
No, what I said was I did 3 days in London.
Right.
The 3rd day in London, it was called something through rituals. The 3rd day in London, we did 10 hours of rituals. But I gave the people the Obatala ritual, which pretty much can heal anything.
What's that?
You got to order the tape because it's long in detail.
But what tape is that?
It's called the London series. That's the third day of the London series. Rising, African people rising through rituals. Something like that. It's 10 hours of rituals. And everything is on there.
That's last year?
You can get it, you can call that number 678-358-1055.
Do it again, Charlie.
678-358-1055. That's the number to order the stimulus packages, the picture package. You really gotta get those. The reason why you gotta get the picture packet is they're gonna be deities, and when these deities contact you, you'll have a record of them in these picture packets because it's 11 by 17. So it's 52 pictures of rare photos. You see, so it's not rare photos. And so you really want to get a hold of that and stuff, right?
Aren't they scary?
Huh?
Aren't they scary?
They're scary?
Oh!
What?
Yeah.
Are they scary?
Are they scary? Picture back. No, they're gods. You know, they're gods. There is no fear but fear itself.
False evidence appearing real.
Yeah, I received the statement, and I don't know how true it is, that we have solar plexus, our solar plexus, and white folks don't.
Well, see, this thing about it, can't generalize white as this one monolithic race.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? We so mixed in, and that's what the secret is. We so mixed in until we don't know who's what. Let me tell you something. When my granddaddy died in 1971, white man came to the funeral. I said, well, who that white man? He said, that's your granddaddy, a brother. Some man crept to the dark side of town, and my grandfather was born. Now let me show you something. His sister was blacker than, you probably the blackest thing in here, and you look like a light-skinned person based on his sister. Now let me show you something here. Let me show you something here. He was raised in the black part of town. Probably raised real good because that yellow gets the royal treatment. Let it be known. Don't be funny with this shit.
That's right.
Niggas love him for yellow. I know one nigga, my friend, you say, only the yellow shall see God. That nigga was so damn insane. This the same nigga say, if the mothership come, they better have ACC basketball on it. I ain't going. That nigga, you say, only the yellow, and he was blacker than 150 midnights. Some kind of psychological thing. And he got to the point where he just said, only the yellow shall see God. Ain't that some stuff? That's true. They had a nigga in college used to go up to the girls and go, I'll kill God for you. This nigga would go up. Nigga, he said, I'll kill God for you. Now, if you know this metaphysical stuff now, if you the God, that's right. You kill this person here, you are killing God. But my grandfather, you know, my grandfather, he what he did, he was raised in the black part of town and all of this, and he loved James Brown, he loved the black stuff, but he loved country music. We like, wait a minute, you wasn't even raised around no country music. So obviously it's got to be a genetic thing.
There you go.
You see what I'm saying? Now this is one of the keys on this. One of the keys on this. That's how I know, because that's how I know anybody ever really listened to some Johnny Cash.
Yeah.
Johnny Cash.
Some real awesome shit. Because come to find out, he used to visit the black.
He got black in his music.
Yeah, he used to visit. He used to visit the black side of town, the honky tonks and the churches and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Just like Elvis. If you listen to it and stuff, a lot of rappers listen to it and stuff because he tells such stories and stuff. To a lot of rappers and stuff got turned on by Johnny Cash. Somebody white, but like, oh, this, this cat is off the chain. And stuff. But what I'm trying to say is so I listened to some Johnny Cash based on my grandfather. And that's what I knew. So this, this cat, like I say, I killed a man in Reno just to see him die. but I'm just trying to say, so you can't put, as far as white people, as one monolithic race, because they got all the stuff genetically mixed in. Especially with the Moors being up there for 700 years, they really, that's what they did. They was basically having whole races of people. Children of the Moors and stuff. That's what the whole, see, the first people that they inducted into Judaism, Judaism was a black people's thing from that land. So the Europeans have nothing to do with the original Hebrews whatsoever.
Nothing.
But they got converted into Hebrewism by the Moors, because see, the Moors was in the society, and you either had to be Islamic, Christian, you see, at that particular time, or you had to, these are people that chose another alternative religion, and they inducted them into Judaism, but apparently they was some of their progeny. So which means here is these are some of these people, why they were getting kicked out of all the countries, because they had the bloodline of the Moors. And so what happened was, the aspect that happened with the final solution was the white ones that was converted and stuff, trying to clean up their bloodline by separating from the black ones. And as a result, they put them in the concentration camps, or the mulatto ones, or what have you, until they killed all of them off.
Right. It started in North Africa down there.
So, Sephardic Jews, that's just a translation of saying Spaniard Jews.
Right. Which was the ones that had the tinge of the Moors, because the Moors was up in there,
so
knocking boots.
Okay,
and so they was kicking them all out until the final solution was the concentration camps to rid them. You never can rid up most of the people, but they got them down to, you see what I'm saying? They got them down. Well, there's two reasons why they did this. Because it was the Jewish head of the Jewish state that was with Hitler, and Hitler had Jewish self, and the Thule Society decided to do this. Well, it was two things. They were trying to do ethnic cleansing, but there was also trying to do an ethnic cleansing, but they was also trying to fulfill scripture. See, the scriptures in the book of Daniel of a people being in bondage in the modern world only registered with black people in the diaspora. So in order to steal that birthright, they had to go through the whole concentration camp thing so that they could line up with the scriptures of Daniel, which was talking about us. You see what I'm saying? But it clearly states we was in this land for 400 years, not 6. And it wasn't 6 million, it was 600,000. And they just said, well, we put the 6 million for our suffering. It's like,
Is that why Hitler put the yellow star on them? To denote them as people of color?
Yeah, you see, and so, so they had this problem for years all over Europe. They was getting kicked out all over Europe. It's just that they created a final solution. Because they couldn't really take the stage as this pure white Jewish race that they got these doggone niggas hanging around.
There's a good book that goes into it. It's called, it's a good book. It's by a guy named Arthur Koestler.
13 Tribes.
The 13 Tribe. It documents how they came down out of the mountains, everything. And then doing some research that I was doing, I put it in my first book. I noticed that the Jews trying to trace themselves back to Shem. And they try to turn the word Semite into some sort of relation to where they are blood relatives of Shem, yada, yada, yada. But that's not where Semite comes from. Semite comes from the fact that they semi-black.
Yeah.
They got a little bit of that black blood in them.
Right.
So that's
Right.
what the
That's
term
what semi-
anti-Semitism means
Yeah.
is we don't like people
Semi-black,
that have that
semi-white.
mud blood.
Yeah.
And what they doing with the Harry Potter thing is they trying to put that same thought process into the children in a fun way. You got the mud blood, you know, so you got the dirty blood, your blood ain't pure, yada yada, and then you see the purest blood is the yellow hair, you know, the blonde hair, blue eyes all over again.
Wow.
So that's that family fight they was going through, but basically, you know, basically that's Give me some questions.
Right here, you talked about entities before, like becoming more apparent, like sometimes when you see things out of the corner of your eye.
Yeah.
Because it's like, I mean, I'm starting to get that more.
Right.
I mean, you know, I live in a house by myself.
Right,
So
yeah.
sometimes it kind of freaks me out, but I'm just wondering exactly how far is that really going to go? I mean, are we going to get to the point where we can literally just start seeing other realms on like a regular basis?
That's what's going to happen. That's exactly what's going to happen. And the government is already seeing these things, and that's why they're proceeding accordingly. Obviously, there's something that opened up, a dimension that opened up in the last couple of weeks. So all this snow and all this stuff is to take your mind off of that. So yeah, but that's what's going to happen. Yeah.
All right. Different dimensions and different planets, like you were saying before, are different energies, correct?
Yeah.
So being that this is the holographic, you know, universe, and this is the representation, when we start seeing different kind of peoples and they represent different kind of energies, does that mean that we are getting in touch with different constellations and certain energies, and they begin to manifest on this plane?
Yeah, well, they actually manifesting outside of you. The constellations and all that stuff is inside of that. Those are your cells, your DNA, your chakras, and all of that. So it's the inner universe what we're talking about, and that's just a projection from what's going on the inside of us.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about the, because I'm starting to see people now, I study as much as I can get my hands on, because when people ask me, I tell them I know just enough to know that I don't really know that much. So I was looking into this guy named something Wiley. He teaches breatharianism, that you don't actually need food or liquid. You could just eat light or McDonald's cheeseburgers. See, that's what he threw me off at. It was like you could live off sunlight alone or McDonald's cheeseburgers. So it was just like I couldn't see that. But he teaches a lot about the fifth dimension, and now I'm seeing a lot of information coming through on the web outside of the breatharian thing, but just more, you know, specifically towards the fifth dimension. Could you touch on that?
Yeah, well, the fifth dimension is the dimension that we probably slipped into. We probably slipped into. Now, what it is, I want to say something about the breatharian. Basically, what it is, your body after a certain minute starts producing a protein. It's a form of DNA, and you eat from that. It's a form of melanin, and you eat from that, and that's why I said this summer when I stopped eating, but I didn't lose no weight. I mean, I trimmed down a little, but I'm saying I didn't lose no weight. The simple fact was I'm eating from that protein, and that's what an actual breatharian does. He eats from the melanin produced in his body. And one of the key things with that is water. You just need water to activate the substances that's all over your body and to go into the central nervous system. The central nervous system. So, so to get that going, you need water. Water is the key to life. That's what the whole doom thing was talking about. But now going back to the fifth dimension, we've pretty much we have slipped into it. We got to go a little further. They're talking about an access of universe A and universe B. This thing is turning over to universe B. Right under the people who are ruling us eyes. You see what I'm saying? And universe B, you exist in a universe B. But what exists in the universe B is your glorified self. Your self has already become God. And for the mere fact you feel anything, means you are already God over on that other aspect. So what happened was is this: you had a world at first, when this world was young, that world became dismal. It's the mentor, and it became dismal, and it had a black sun, and it became it's an inner world, and it became dismal. Over the course of eons and millennia, that world now has built itself up into the kingdom of God and the kingdom of glorified spirits. And so you exist within that kingdom, in that other universe. You see what I'm saying? And that universe, that particular universe, is using the energies from you to feed off of. But now all over there is elevated. So your whole body is another you over there that's a glorified God.
Yeah.
And we getting ready to slip into it. They know it. Yeah.
Barbara, we got about 15 more minutes.
Yeah,
So
okay.
whoever got questions for this brother, you got 15 more minutes. There's also afterwards, the sister got some food outside left over for some of it's free or whatever. So, chew.
Yeah.
So is that what the 2012 thing is?
That's what it's really about.
Right. The
But
transition of
2012 is what they would like to get you. See, the only thing they're doing is trying to create fear. The 2012 is a consciousness.
Right.
So it's a consciousness that's getting ready to hit that even the people out here that's dead is going to come into. And that is the 2012 consciousness.
Right.
And from that consciousness will catapult us into that glorified self. Because it is the glorified self that is bringing the consciousness. We just are the first wave of it. You see what I'm saying? And the first wave of it, and how long we have been conscious indicates how long it is drawn up. So it's a whole nother world that is already activated, and we just own like the twinkling of an eye from coming. So it ain't gonna be no nothing physical we got to go through. We just gonna wake up from the dream.
They said the seals was opened in like the 70s.
Well, there's been things going on for a while now. There's been things going on for a while now, but I would agree that the 70s would also be the first wave of the baby boomers coming of age. And that's what we would be now. The people that you see in their 40s, late 30s, their 40s and the 50s and stuff like that. You see. So yeah, that's one aspect of it. But what we're talking about here is it's an acceleration period, and that particular acceleration period that they're talking about is now on the cusp. That's why. So if you notice now, when the UN came out talking about aliens. You see, when the UN came out talking about aliens, and Stephen Hawking, their #1 scientist, came out talking about aliens. You see what I'm saying? They know that we are right there on it. And you know that they know that we're right there on it because they didn't speak highly of aliens. They had always saying that they would be hostile.
Right.
You see. But if you don't know that much about them, how are you going to predict something's going to be hostile? You can't tell what's going to be hostile on the other side of town. You be getting that shit wrong. So the point I'm trying to make here is that when they did that, that means that this thing here is on the cusp.
Right.
But it's about us. And so the only enemy they have had was us. So that knowing that we the aliens, that's when the UN comes in and says we need to look out for the aliens, instead it's going to be hostile. And Stephen Hawking. Yeah, this sister had her hand up, didn't you?
Yes. Okay. What can we do about the chemtrail situation? I mean, is it affecting our body?
Yeah, you gotta wear a hat. Is the first thing. Is the first thing you gotta wear a hat, and also you gotta burn eucalyptus oil. So you know that you get the tea candle, and you get the little dish to go up under it.
Right.
But eucalyptus oil is the stuff that gets all that off of you, because it's mostly based on the inhaling. So you got to burn the eucalyptus. It's all kind of stuff. It's all kind of chemicals. So you got to burn the eucalyptus oil.
In the house.
Yeah, and if you don't wear a hat,
keep your hair washed because it enters through the hair. You see what I'm saying? And also, it also is activated by fluoride. So no fluoride toothpaste and no sink water.
Okay, right. You get like a eucalyptus oil also wash your hair with? Or make one up?
Well, I guess you could put I guess you could put something like that on it.
Yeah.
You see a little bit, you know, so that's what does that.
Yeah, are you familiar with the works of Professor Gabriel Ibo? If you are,
Yeah. What I want to say about Gabriel Ibo is he's the guy that is did he ever get a Nobel Prize?
They ain't gonna give it.
No, they're not giving him that.
Right, yeah. And the reason why they wouldn't is because they don't want to bring attention to that. The problem here is, the key here is to stay on top, is you got to have your completely foe, your enemy, always has to be perceived a certain way. You see what I'm saying? Now, because the Aibo thing will bring attention to something else. The #1 academic on the planet is the Nigerians. They are kicking ass at Harvard, Dartmouth, Cambridge, what's the other one in England? Oxford. They just level the playing field, but they still want you to think it's the Japanese, and they've been gone. It's the Nigerians.
Running marathons.
It's the Nigerian. I'm talking about in academia. I ain't talking about no sports shit. I'm talking academia here. We talking. That's what they're ruled by. Not no God. They know that you can jump over the damn moon. We ain't talking about that.
They know that.
What don't we do physical? I'm talking about the #1 shit that rules the planet is the damn mind.
Yeah.
And they've been giving that to the Jews with Einstein. We talking some other high shit to some motherfucker running a basketball and shit. Even they told you in the movie Superman, they said you got something special, but it ain't a running goddamn touchdown. They were talking about black people. Superman won 1978. Glenn Ford told him, I don't know what it is, you got something spirit, but it ain't for running no goddamn touchdowns. That shit is over. Fuck an athlete. They talking about academia, and they have had Einstein as the #1 don, and that's what they call the gods in their level. Now this Dr. Aibo has done took his shit to the next level.
That's right. That's right.
You see. And they can't give that to black people. So even when so if you notice, most of the things when they did happen on TV was locally. They never did anything with him nationally, or more people would know about it.
Right.
But the thing about it here is the #1 academicians on the planet is the Nigerians. They killing them all over the world. You know that's some shit. These motherfuckers is the biggest thugs on the planet.
Con artists.
And the damn most brilliant. Now that's a hell of a mix. But then again, on the other hand, that's what makes you brilliant. You gotta play both sides. So them niggas will rip your ass off.
But they give it to Barack Obama the Nobel Prize.
Huh?
But why they gave it to Barack Obama?
Wasn't in science.
Right.
They give you the Nobel Prize in peace. But not
Martin Luther King got that
right
damn near 50 years ago. It's in science, you see what I'm saying? And this man here is done, he was saying that hell, not only did he create science for a new dimension, he said that with his unified field theory, you can take all of the equations that was wrong for the past 100 years and apply his shit to it and make them work.
That is right.
Yeah,
See what I'm
not
saying?
that. All of the stuff for NASA he built.
Now, and not only that, he's talking about time travel.
Yeah.
Right.
But they can't break that because his African way of saying it is this thing is given by God. So the arrogant shit gotta go. You see, you can't come up and say I'm this arrogant thing and I don't even believe in God. Because and in so many words, what he's trying to say here is this thing is coming through spirit.
Right.
Yeah. So he's giving you the translation where everybody understands. He said inspired by God, but he's talking about this thing is coming through spirit.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So we talk about a man that basically has broke all aspects of the mysteries of science to the point whereas he's talking about taking bad equations and equations that was wrong for years and adding the unifying field theory and making the equations work. You see what I'm saying? So
smoke.
They can't do that because it's a battle for the minds. Now, can you imagine? Look what happened with golf with Tiger Woods, and black people started buying golf clubs, and children started playing golf. Now, what about if you say there's a black man that's the top scientist on the planet? Then you have got black people being inspired and going into science, because the key to keep you out of it is to make you think you can't do it. And we were the inventors of the shit. So now that means if you saying a person going into science, it would be no different than somebody going into hip hop. He'll do it outside of the damn classroom because he has been told he can do it. He can break some equations before he go to the first damn grade because we are expected to do that. You see. So that's why they gotta play him down on that particular level. You see, play him down on that particular level. And if he don't have the complexion for the protection. If he was a light-skinned boy, they might say it because they might
yellow,
say
he get to see God, right?
He might get to see God. Only the yellow shall see God. But if he was a light-skinned guy, they might get to say, well, when it all come down, well, he does have some of us in him.
Right.
And maybe that's the genius part.
And he's carving.
So they made sure they got the prototypical Africoid. So won't be no mistake in this shit.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Won't be no mistake in this thing. Okay.
How many of y'all enjoyed Sunday school today? Off the chain. I want y'all to give up some feet and give this brother a big old hand. Brother Bobby Hemmitt. Give it up. Email list. We got a lot of
good idea. Yeah. Dollars. Yeah. Yeah.
We left the connection one at the house. That was a good one.
That still has carbon there.
I got that and I got the Shaolin. Oh, can I make I got 4 minutes.
Family, any of y'all interested in activating your pineal gland, I have the Shaolin available. 8-ounce bottle. Keep you ready for 2012. All natural herbs.
Okay, in the